never what it seems. When I look back now, it's so clear. But I used to wonder how did I end up here. And I'm not saying I'll never get lost sight or confused. I bet you get lonely. I get lonely. And can you really say that you're not lost and you're not confused? I bet you get lonely. Peaceful is our state of mind. Happy is not far behind. True love will come right on time. When peaceful is our state of mind. As time moves on, learn my lesson. What I thought to be a curse turned out to be a blessing. Now I live my life the way I choose. Sometimes I'm a winner, sometimes I lose. Now I'm not saying I'll never get lost sight or confused. I bet you get lonely. And can you really say that you're not lost and you're not confused? I bet you get lonely. But peaceful is our state of mind. Happy is not far behind. True love will come right on time. When peaceful is our state of mind. When I look back now, it feels like a dream. Ain't it funny how life ain't never what it seems? I used to wonder how I end up here. When I look back now, it seems so clear. When peaceful is my state of mind. Happy is not far behind. True love will come right on time. When peaceful is our state of mind. Peaceful is our state of mind. Happy is not far behind. True love will come right on time. When peaceful is our state of mind.
Good morning. Welcome to the Nancy S. Grasmick Education Building, home of the Maryland State Department of Education. I'd like to call this March meeting of the Maryland State Board of Education to order. Mr. Schoen, do we have quorum? All right. Before we jump in today, I do want to, oh no, let's go ahead and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Again, at this time, join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. A few housekeeping items. First, all State Board of Education meetings are recorded. The public can access the meeting via live stream from our State Board website and on YouTube. People registered to give public comment can do so either virtually or in person. And new this month, we have slots both in the morning and in the afternoon. We've expanded the number of slots from 10 to 15. Meeting videos, agendas, and materials are posted online. First, before we jump in, I want to take a moment to acknowledge young people who joined us this morning from the Apex Arts Magnet Program from Anne Arundel County Public Schools, who performed this morning. Who greeted us this morning with a modern, with a jazz performance, vocal and instrumental. Just appreciate you being here, starting us off with our Arts and Education Month, the first of several displays of the amazing student artwork and performing arts that are going to be gracing us this month. So thank you so much. We were able to take a picture, but I want to present to the group. We can come on up with this certificate.
Everybody up. Oh, all of us. All of us. Right.
Yes. You. And your name? Davey? Darren? Dan? Darren. McKenzie. All right. Thank you for being here. We'll have to find more excuses for you also. You guys will get in now, right? Yeah. All right. Nobody's missing that. You're missing that. Oh, no. Oh, no.
What have we done?
Thank you for joining us.
Big smiles, everybody. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Darren. Nice to meet you. Mackenzie, nice to meet you. Thanks again. Take care. Keep practicing. We will. Good morning, Kenny. All right. Here we go. Okay. All right. As I said, it is truly a pleasure for us to come together to celebrate Arts and Education Month. Arts education truly fosters students' creativity, critical thinking, and socio-emotional growth. These are essential skills for navigating a rapidly evolving world, a world where we must continue to center our collective humanity. To that end, we are excited to be featuring some of Maryland's incredible student artists throughout our meeting today. But our work does not stop there. Our schools must be places where every student develops the skills needed to thrive, and that starts with equitable access to rigorous, relevant, and high-quality literacy and math education for all students. Today, the board will consider the state's updated math policy that meets the blueprint's goal of ensuring all students are ready to pursue math pathways after 10th grade that are meaningful and relevant and connect to students' future interests, passions, and talents. Equally important is our commitment to providing multiple pathways for all students to become college and career ready, whether they are pursuing higher education, entering the workforce, joining the military, or exploring a career in trade. The expanded CCR standard that the board will consider today helps students and families track their progress towards success in college courses or career by the end of 10th grade, with on-ramps and supports for students who are still working to meet that standard after 10th grade, to ensure that every Maryland student can chart their own course after high school. As we approach the end of legislative session, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the dedicated elected leaders who are working tirelessly to sustain the resources and improve the efficacy of the blueprint for Maryland's future. As policy and funding is debated as we speak, particularly within this national backdrop, there is no doubt that public education remains a top priority in the state of Maryland. I want to take a moment to also acknowledge the tireless advocates from across the state fighting for our students, families, and educators, many of whom are here in the room today. The blueprint is a bold vision for the future of our state's education system, and it is only through our shared commitment and continued effort that we can bring it to life. Together, we are building a foundation for an education system that ensures equity, excellence, and opportunity for all students in Maryland. Despite the chaos and the disruption that is coming from Washington, we remain steadfast in our commitment to the vision we have for Maryland's children, an equitable public education for all children. Federal gridlock may slow the wheels of progress in Washington, but it will not derail the world-class public education system that we are building here in Maryland. We will continue to advocate for and implement policies that move us closer to a world where every student has the resources, the opportunities, and the support they need to succeed. As we reflect on the importance of Arts in Education Month, we are reminded that it is only through an inclusive and innovative education system that we can unlock the full potential of every student. I am proud of the work that this department has led and the work still to come, and I remain inspired by the hard work and dedication of educators and families across the state to elevate this generation of young people in Maryland. I look forward to our collective effort to build a brighter future for all of Maryland's students. Thank you. With that, we are going to move forward with our public comment period for today. A few reminders on public comment. First, speakers will be called on in order of their registration. We will take the in-person registrants first, followed by the virtual registrants. Zoom is the platform used for virtual public comment. If you experience problems connecting with your device, please consider using audio only. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Time will be monitored by staff. When time expires, the speaker is permitted to finish their sentence, but is required to make no further remarks. Comments should be directed to the full board and not to individual members. For future commenters, to request accommodation for providing public comment, please contact Charlene Necessary in the State Board office no later than 24 hours in advance of the State Board meeting date. Board members will not respond to speakers' comments, but will take all comments under advisement. Written statements and other materials should be submitted to Mr. Zach Hands, who will see the copies are made available to all board members. Today is the first meeting in which we will welcome public comments in the afternoon. We are going to begin with our first in-person participant, Yaroslava Yanoveski, on online education. And please help me. Did I say your name appropriately or no? Can you help us out? Say it one more time. Yanevsky. Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Yaroslav Yanevsky, and I am currently a senior in high school. When I was in 4th grade, I began having seizures. After many, many trips to hospitals and meetings with the top doctors in the field, I found out I have a rare drug-resistant epilepsy. My seizures won't stop. This is not fun for me or anyone around me, but it is especially bad in a traditional school setting. When I attended school in person, I was having seizures every day. My mom would drop me off in the morning, then keep her phone in her hand all day waiting for the school to call. If I made it through my first few classes, I would definitely have one at lunch. Loud noises are a trigger for my epilepsy, and school cafeterias are definitely loud. We spent years trying to adjust my 504 to make in-person school safer for me, but after I had a seizure trying to walk downstairs on my way to the health room, the school said they simply could not keep me safe. That fall alone left me with a concussion that kept me out of school completely for 2 weeks. It also really scared the security officer who witnessed it, the school nurse who tried to help me, and of course my family, who really prefer me not dead. The school decided to shift me to half days in person and half days remote. Right as I was going to start that, COVID hit and everyone went fully online. Online school was an absolute game changer for me. At home, I can control my environment to reduce the triggers that cause my seizures. My seizure rate dropped to a few per week instead of a few per day. At home, I could have a chair that supported me during my seizure so I wasn't falling and getting hurt. I could keep all of the surfaces around me padded in case I did manage to fall out of my chair. And I always had people with me to respond. My teachers no longer had to stop class to deal with my seizures, my peers no longer had to witness them, and I no longer felt like a freak. In online school, I am just a normal kid. I am just another student. If I have a seizure, my mom notifies my teacher in the chat and turns off my camera. I recover in my own safe bed, then get up and go back to the next class. I miss less school, complete more work, and interact more with my teachers and classmates. I get almost all A's and B's and will graduate high school with a full year of college credits. I am a success story because of online school. I am graduating this spring, but that doesn't mean I will stop fighting for online public education for students K through 12 in Maryland. There are so many kids who, like me, thrive in an online setting. Whether it is because of epilepsy like mine or any other medical condition that makes in-person learning impossible, these children should be able to access an education. Please support each county board of education in Maryland establishing a virtual school for elementary, middle, and high school grade levels. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Next, we have Paul Lemley from MSEA.
Ready?
Welcome.
Good morning, President Michael, Vice President Goldson, Superintendent Wright, members of the State Board of Education, student artists. Y'all should do that all the time. That's really reflects the best of what we do. My name is Paul Lemley. I'm a National Board Certified Social Studies teacher with a special education background and currently serving as president of the Maryland State Education Association. Minor quibble with the president, nobody works tirelessly. You, me, it is tiring to do what we're doing. I'd like to take a moment this morning to reflect on my first 8 months as president, the significant responsibilities it entails, and the ways I've been able to interact with this board. My transition from the classroom last June has provided an opportunity for growth. I'm learning the rhythms of MSDE, the State Board, and the General Assembly. Many of you are also relatively new to your respective positions and can attest to the learning curves and growing pains experienced when you have these new roles. Throughout this period, I've come to value the partnership between MSEA, the State Board, and MSDE. I appreciate your ongoing efforts to increase transparency and public accessibility to information. And at MSEA, we're actively determining how best to effectively engage with you, both individually and collectively, whether that's through subcommittee work, committees, or other collaborative initiatives. As we move forward, I hope we can strengthen the channels through which educator voices and perspectives are heard. In this spirit, I applaud the extension for social studies standards review. MSEA believes the framework requires refinement and stakeholder input before a vote, and I hope this extended period will allow for revisions that are responsive to a range of communities. I want to be specific. The framework as written probably won't help 7th graders understand Jerusalem as a place. It's the opposite. The framework as a whole really fails to situate bigotry where it lives with groups often democratically elected who possess political, economic, and military power. Framework similarly doesn't describe how power uses hate, and it often fails to locate the victims of bigotry in marginalized groups that lack the same power, often within democracies. Don't worry, your social studies teachers are unflinching when they deal with these issues, and I would love to believe that the present occupant of the White House is listening, but I kind of doubt it. The ability, of course, to integrate stakeholder feedback is integral to maximizing buy-in and increasing cohesion around education initiatives for all Marylanders. This is a goal I'm sure we're all striving for: communication, comprehensive collaboration, and meaningful implementation. Thank you for the partnership, and I'm confident that through continued collaboration, the relationship between MSDE, the board, and our educators will deepen, and it serves our students.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Lumley. Next, we have Dr. Jean Painter on the math policy. Welcome.
Well, good morning, and thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Jean Painter, and I am the president of the Maryland Coalition for Gifted and Talented Education, McGate, and we have been Maryland's voice for gifted children for 45 years, but I haven't been president that long, so I'm going to hand these out. McGate supports the mathematics policy's commitment to equity and access and opportunity. In fact, 2 decades ago, McGate was instrumental in the passage of Maryland's definition of gifted and talented, which is one of the most inclusive in the nation and still a model. And because of this, our COMAR for Gifted and Talented Education, I'll only say it once, 13A0407, is also predicated upon that inclusive model. McGate urges the board today not to pass the pre-K mathematics policy draft 2 because in our analysis we have found that it presents some misalignments with both the statute and the COMAR for Gifted and Talented Education. And I'm just going to highlight 4 points, and I submitted a document online that elaborates those points. The first point is exclusionary tracking, pages 5, 7, and 12. We continue to question the meaning, intent, and usage of this term. What specifically are examples of this rigid tracking that exists in Maryland schools now? We need to know. I also want to caution the board that exclusionary tracking has always historically been used to dismantle gifted and advanced programming. It is a movement from 30 years ago in the 90s, and it is one that does not reflect 30 years of our progress in Maryland. Now, we're not there yet, of course, but we need to move forward and not look backward. So we ask you eliminate exclusionary tracking from the math policy. Point number 2 is about acceleration. This is on page 12. Acceleration, it's not clear if the policy is using the term accelerated courses and accelerated students to mean gifted and talented students. We think, according to policy, they're not the same group, but we need clarification on this. We also wonder how these accelerated courses in grades 3 and above are going to be implemented in these heterogeneous classrooms, which leads me to the next point, heterogeneous grouping, page 12. Heterogeneous grouping pre-K through 5 is tantamount to a mandate in this policy. And we are concerned that this is establishing every single Maryland teacher pre-K through 5 as a gifted and talented teacher, a teacher of advanced mathematics, and a teacher of special ed. So please, we urge you not to pass this version of the policy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I want to make sure you get a copy as well of copy 2.5 of the math policy. And we have your written comments, so we'll review those in their entirety. We have reviewed them. Next, we have Dr. Shannon Pugh, Blueprint Low Performing Schools. Welcome, Dr. Pugh.
Good morning, Dr. Michael, Dr. Wright, and members of the board. My name is Dr. Shannon Pugh, and I serve as the Director of Strategic Initiatives and the Blueprint Implementation Coordinator for Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Dr. Wright, we are extremely grateful to you and your team for getting the low-performing eligibility list to LEAs last week. This was the earliest that we have received it. But I want to highlight continued challenges with the MSDE timeline for identifying low-performing schools and request adjustments. AACPS currently has over 500 MBCTs, most of whom serve as classroom teachers, and we have worked to attract MBCTs to where they are most needed. Over the past 4 years, 31 MBCTs have voluntarily moved to low-performing schools in Anne Arundel. 77 are currently at low-performing schools, many earning certification through school-based cohorts, and 139 serve in our concentration of poverty schools. As you know, the MSDE low-performing eligibility list includes 2 designations, meets criteria and local flexibility. AACPS is one of the few LEAs that identify most local flexibility schools as low-performing, as these are typically hard-to-staff schools. As mentioned, we are grateful to have this list about 3 weeks earlier than as previously mentioned, but for AACPS, this timeline is still very problematic, as staffing is released to schools in February. This misalignment limits schools' ability to recruit MBCTs strategically before hiring is well underway. AACPS urges MSDE to adopt a 3-year identification cycle like we use for CSI and TSI schools that would allow local flexibility across all grade bands, elementary, middle, and high. Having a multi-year designation will provide stability for recruitment and planning, ensure transparency with any new MBCT hires about the status of their school for the next year, and ensure MBCT candidates know their school's designation will remain intact during the multi-year certification process. This is becoming a big issue. MBCTs have a proven impact on student outcomes, and attracting them to high-need schools benefits educators, students, and communities. However, the current annual school identification process limits effective school-based planning and recruitment. I encourage you to collaborate with LEAs, particularly those like AACPS, who have proactively identified local flexibility schools, to develop a more timely, strategic, and sustainable approach to school identification. Thank you for your time and consideration. I appreciate your leadership and look forward to continued partnership in ensuring that every Maryland student has access to highly accomplished educators. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments this morning. We're now going to turn to our virtual participants. First, we have Courtney Evans, Virtual School Access. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. Maryland has long been a leader in expanding educational opportunity, and the blueprint for Maryland's future, as you know, was built on the promise that every student, no matter of their circumstances, deserves access to a high-quality education. As we face financial uncertainty and ongoing challenges in public education, it's more important than ever to ensure that this promise is upheld for all students, not just those who can learn in person, and it doesn't have to cost more money. In 2021, for the first time in history, fully synchronous public virtual schools created a level playing field. They provided a structured, stable, and academically rigorous learning environment that gave students, regardless of health or personal circumstances, the same educational opportunities as in-person peers. They did not replace brick and mortar schools, nor should they, but they did expand access to learning, ensuring that students who could not attend in person were no longer forced into fragmented, isolating, and incomplete programs, and that students who needed a place to recover from trauma or bullying had a safe, fully functional place to land. But that access has been terminated for some, and the quality of education has been reduced for others. Virtual schools that gave kids a well-rounded curriculum and community have been shut down, replaced by ineffective, underfunded, discretionary programs that do not provide the same level of instruction or opportunity or stability. Some of these programs perpetually segregate kids with physical or mental vulnerabilities and offer them less education than in-person peers, when just 1 year ago they had a functioning school. In Montgomery County, kids have gone without health, science, social studies, art, music, PE, and media. Can you imagine the message internalized by these kids about their place in the world? They are still part of our public school system. They are still fully funded, but their funding remains at schools they can't attend while their education is reduced. Maryland law requires local boards to maintain a system of schools that educates every child, not most children, but all of them. At this point in our history, having accidentally seen the life-changing impact that public synchronous virtual schools had on students and families, the hard but simple truth is clear. Any district that doesn't provide access to a virtual school, either their own or that of a neighboring county, obligation. As you've pointed out in legislative testimony, the legal path is there. But what are we doing to support equitable education for kids in counties that are choosing to ignore it? Educating every child is not an unfunded mandate. These students are fully funded. What's missing is the expectation that they'll be educated where they can learn, not where their per pupil dollars are most convenient to allocate. The moment we choose to design policy around where students learn rather than where buildings exist, we unlock a path to ensuring every child receives the education they deserve. It's an equitable path that we should take with intention and not by accident as we did in 2021. It will make good on the promise of public education for all students and add value to our state and local systems. I urge this board to take action to ensure that no Maryland student is left that can serve them. We must give bright young learners with complex circumstances beyond their control equal opportunities for an education and a bright future. Thank you for your time and your commitment to Maryland's children.
Thank you for your comments this morning. Next, we have Ms. Andrea McDonald, Virtual School Access. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good
My
morning.
name is Andrea McDonald, and I'm here to speak on behalf of my daughter, a Black girl with a physical disability who, like many others, is often left behind in our education system. I'm advocating for virtual school options which could give students like my daughter the opportunity to feel seen, supported, and empowered. My daughter is a bright, hardworking student who earned straight A's in a virtual academy she attended. This demonstrates that when provided the right support, she can thrive academically. However, recently, our district decided to close its virtual academy, leaving her without the educational option that worked for her. I ask you today, how can a school district take away the very option that allowed her to succeed? My daughter has medical needs that prevent her from attending school in person, but she's more than capable of excelling. The virtual academy allowed her to thrive, free from the physical barriers of the traditional classroom setting. With straight A's in a virtual environment, she proved that when the right support is in place, students like her can achieve at high levels. However, her success is not only about academics, it's about her identity. As a Black girl with a disability, she doesn't see herself reflected in traditional curriculum. She doesn't see herself in history books, classroom discussions, or the very fabric of what's being taught. When a child's identity is invisible, it creates a sense of isolation. She feels overlooked, as if she doesn't matter. That's a heavy burden for a child, especially when all she wants is to feel seen and validated in her educational journey. Now, with the school district's decision to close the virtual academy, my daughter no longer has an educational option that allows her to access learning safely and meaningfully. In a time when flexibility in education is more important than ever, we are left wondering how the school district can close the door on students like her. This is where you, the State Board of Education, can make a difference. The Blueprint funding presents an opportunity to create sustainable, permanent virtual school options for all students. The funding can develop a system where virtual schools are no longer a temporary situation or a fallback, but a core part of the educational system, one that meets the needs of every student. For students who are medically necessary, medically unable to attend in person, for students who do not see themselves in traditional curriculum, for students who thrive in a more flexible environment, virtual schooling is a lifeline. There's a forgotten population of students who need this. Students like my daughter who have the potential to succeed but require the right environment to do so. Virtual schooling is the key to unlocking potential. It's not just an option, it's essential to ensuring all students, regardless of their race, ability, and circumstance, have the chance to excel. If I urge you today to consider virtual schooling as a necessity, a right, and not a luxury. It's an investment in the future of the students like my daughter and all who need flexibility in the support it offers. Thank you.
Thank you for your time this morning. Next, we have Diana Sung, dual enrollment courses and the CCR standard.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Diana Sung, and today I am representing the Dual Enrollment State Work Group, which brings together leaders who coordinate and implement dual enrollment programming by local education agencies throughout the state of Maryland. We thank the board for their guidance and responsiveness to the challenges for LEAs in implementing the changes to dual enrollment law under Blueprint. We are here today to strongly advocate for expanding the Maryland state definition of career and college readiness, CCR, to include the successful completion of dual enrollment courses. The state CCR standard is more than an accountability measure tied to funding. It directly impacts students' access to post-CCR pathways, including dual enrollment, and determines whether they will receive free opportunities or are placed in support programs. The CCR standard then serves as a pivotal access barrier for students who would like to pursue higher education and perhaps begin their journeys prior to the end of high school. Currently, LEAs and community colleges use various measures, such as course grades, SAT, ACT scores, AP exams, and placement tests to assess college readiness. Many of these measures are part of the Memorandum of Understanding signed each year between the Maryland Association of Community Colleges and Public School Superintendents Association of Maryland, which have been broadly adopted by colleges across the state. Others are local measures between LEA and college partnerships, adopted from data-driven decision-making by many stakeholders close to the work. As a result of these additional measures, Maryland high school students succeed in college courses despite not meeting the state's 3.0 GPA threshold or test scores for CCR. College success should be recognized as an indicator of college readiness. We were encouraged by Maryland State Department of Education's recent survey about additional CCR measures, which solicited community input about adding a grade of C or better in at least 2 core content, dual enrollment, or dual credit courses as a CCR indicator. And today the board is discussing those results. The Dual Enrollment State Work Group fully supports the addition of college success as a state measure of CCR. Adopting this measure would encourage more pathways to college success and provide students with a second chance to demonstrate readiness beyond standardized test scores or early high school performance. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your comments this morning. Next, we have Ms. Sharon Saroff on special education. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning.
Maryland claims that we are committed to providing a world-class education. I'm going to ask the question, are we really? As a special education advocate, I have seen the cuts that are happening across the state in many districts without guidance from the state board, without oversight, and this is very concerning. We need a guide for the local systems so they don't just cut haphazardly. Let me give you an example. Baltimore County Public Schools used to have adaptive learning support school classrooms. They cut those about 10 years ago on the elementary level. Not on the secondary, just the elementary. How does that make sense? They still claim that they are offering a continuum to all students, but they removed an essential part of that continuum for the elementary students with special needs. Now Howard County is considering doing the same thing, removing those adaptive learning support classrooms. They're not doing it in the name of inclusion. They're just doing it because they don't have the support or the money. That's a concern because, again, it is removing an essential piece of the continuum of service. Another piece that we need guidance on is what's going on with the math program. Combining classes like algebra and geometry provide less alternatives for students with disabilities to get a high school diploma and still meet the math requirements. If I have to take a class in math every single year I'm in high school, there simply isn't a way for a lot of these students, and I would be one of them if I was in school now, to get a diploma because we wouldn't have the alternatives we need. Virtual school. Most districts felt that students with disabilities could never thrive in virtual school, yet they do, and they're taking these options away so that these students can have an equal education. We need guidance, we need oversight, because our most vulnerable learners are not getting the free and appropriate public education they were promised in the Individuals with Disabilities Act, which is a federal law. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Ms. Saroff. Next, we have Atasha James, Charter School Funding. Welcome.
Good morning, Dr. Michael, esteemed Maryland board members, Superintendent Wright, and Dr. Golson. We miss you so much, and I know that you're smiling because we would be tap dancing on your nerves back at home, and obviously we're the gift that keeps on giving. My name is Atasha James, and I proudly serve as the co-founder and CEO of Legends Charter School in Prince George's County, a K-8 campus that serves 900 Legends. I'm also the co-chair of Prince George's Alliance for Public Charter Schools, where we collectively serve approximately 7,000 students in our beautiful county. Today, I speak as a leader, mother, president of the Kids Union, and community advocate deeply committed to educational equity, excellence, integrity, and opportunity. Your landmark ruling on December 3rd was pivotal for charter schools across Maryland. It reaffirmed that our schools must receive equitable funding, transparent revenue calculations, and protection from the financial burdens of special education costs that should be covered district-wide. It was a promise of fairness that charter school families like mine have long awaited. However, the reality is starkly different. Despite your decision, compliance from local education agencies like ours in Prince George's County, it seems elusive today without additional support and explicit guidance. Not for any other reason, except that this is a very complicated matter that requires multiple eyes and wonderful, beautiful brains to collaborate to ensure that we're executing this at a high level so that we avoid circling back to these matters year after year, which costs us time and money. Our school community continues to face uncertainty, barriers to budget planning, and undue financial burdens tied to special education costs that potentially violate the spirit and letter of the ruling and of the blueprint. In our estimation, this situation is not just a legal issue, it's an equity issue. Commensurate funding applies to public schools, not school districts, not just school districts and LEAs. The proposed regulation should be examined to ensure that this per pupil funding is clear and equitable. While the intent of the blueprint is very laudable, we know that execution is everything, and we may make some missteps if we don't have guidance to oversee how, if, and when every revenue source is put on the table so that we're making sure that each of the charters receives its fair share in our service to our community. On top of the fact that facilities expenses are ignored in this, we have to figure out what is going to be the equitable and sustainable path forward so that the charters can continue to do the work that our promise, the promise of our charter entails. I'm here today to urge the board to take decisive action. We need mechanisms to enforce compliance, not just guidance. We need accountability measures that ensure our districts like PGCPS and others follow the ruling and prevent unfair shifts in the financial burdens onto charter schools. Thank you so much for your time. We hope to see wonderful promises come from this group.
Thank you for your time this morning. We appreciate you joining us.
Thank you
Last,
for
we
having
have David Stein on the math policy. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, President Michael, Vice President Goldson, Superintendent Wright, and members of the State Board of Education. My name is David Stein. I'm the president of the Montgomery County Education Association, and I'm also a veteran high school math teacher with 30 years experience in the classroom. Let me begin my comments this morning by thanking MSDE for its engagement with stakeholders on the recently proposed math policy. When changes of this size occur, it is imperative to garner stakeholder feedback to ensure that we can articulate both concerns and bright spots. And we are pleased to be able to provide both for the MSDE and for their willingness to partner to and through implementation. That said, it will be essential for the statewide communication initiative that will follow this policy's passage to be comprehensive and engaging. Families and students across the state must be thoroughly prepared and informed of the changes that will follow. I just want to quickly highlight two areas that this board and MSDE should continue to oversee carefully as the implementation progresses. First, as Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 interventions occur, we want to make sure that educators within the current system are prioritized for providing any small group or individualized intervention for students. Our emphasis here is to mitigate subcontracting and to elevate the dedicated education support professionals and other math interventionists, as version 2.5 notes, in our school for those positions. We appreciate MSDE for addressing our earlier concerns around collaboration and collaborative time. Second, as MSDE works to implement the new 60-minute cumulative instructional math requirement for students in grades K through 8, we want to bring attention to potential collective bargaining language that may need to be amended as a result. As bargaining is underway, those taking part in the process need sufficient time to plan for and negotiate about how this change will affect current contractual issues such as scheduling and planning time, particularly in grades 6 through 8. We are aware that some districts are already meeting this goal, and our highlighting of this policy point is for all of us to remain proactive as possible. And finally, let me reiterate that we appreciate MSDE incorporating much of our feedback into the latest version of this policy, including allowing for more flexible, homogeneous grouping for earlier grades. As always, we remain committed partners in building an education ecosystem where families, students, and educators thrive through transparent communication and mutual support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. All right. That concludes our public comment portion of the morning session. We will now move to the next portion of our agenda, consent agenda. All right. Good, Mr. Hanson. Okay. With that, are there any items anybody wants to pull from the consent agenda? Okay. With that, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Okay, Ms. McCusker, is there a second? Mr. Chesterfield, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, with that, the consent agenda is approved. And we will move to our next item on the agenda, our monthly state superintendent's update. Dr. Wright.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy to be here. As you know, March is National Arts in Our Schools Month, which celebrates the impact of arts education and that impact that it has on our students, our teachers, schools, and communities. And as you have seen and already heard this morning, the arts are thriving in Maryland schools. The talented musicians we heard from the Apex Art Magnet program in Anne Arundel County Public Schools demonstrate the exceptional programs in our state. You also may have noticed the new student artwork that is displayed around our boardroom. This is the first new installation in over 5 years. We are currently showcasing artwork from half of our LEAs, and we plan to add pieces from all of the LEAs by June. Last March, we shared a video highlighting the outstanding band program at Crisfield High School in Somerset County. This year, our team has expanded their efforts to shine a light on all 5 arts disciplines: dance, media, music, theater, and visual art. They have visited classrooms and performance halls throughout the state to capture the incredible arts instruction in action. So far, they have released 3 of the 5 videos on our social media channels. We'd like to share the latest video with you now. This video follows dancer and choreographer Samante Brown-Best during last month's Baltimore County Public Schools Student Choreography Showcase. Samante is a senior at Patapsco High School and Center for the Arts and plans to study dance in college next year.
I am here for the Student Choreography Showcase. We're really just here to bring it somewhere else outside of our normal school space, and I'm really excited. Learning, especially in dance, there's a lot of times that things just don't go right. So learning that discipline, and it's okay, you don't have to get it right now, it'll come to you later.
Being responsible and prompt and diligent and hardworking and spontaneous, most of all.
At the beginning, we were gonna do contemporary, and we were gonna be concert, and I noticed that there was sort of a lack of fun. We just got learning. I think we finished the piece in 3.5 hours, cleaned it, and now we're here. She always encourages me to take a step back and realize that the process isn't necessarily about the product, it's more about the journey that we took along the way to get here.
Being around kids and seeing how desperately they really need a creative outlet.
Dance is freedom, it's creativity, it's exploration, and it will always be a space for you to exist independently outside of the society that gives you too many rules.
You gotta love that, right? Totally, yes indeed, all this talent. So throughout the day today, we're going to continue to celebrate student artists and performers, and this afternoon, you will hear more art updates from Lizzie Devereaux, who is our Director of Comprehensive Arts. A brief update on the assessment timeline. The new assessment RFP was advertised officially on March 17th, and the request for proposals will be open through April the 21st. And this project is on track for the final award recommendations to go to the Board of Public Works for approval in June. The system will be aligned to our academic standards to meaningfully measure student progress toward college and career readiness. Staffing, great news. MSDE's staff vacancy rate now stands at 6.14%, which is a drop from over 19% in January of 2023. It is the lowest rate the department has had in over 12 years. So hats off to our HR team and hiring managers who have been working very hard to recruit and fill so many critical positions. We're also working closely with the Governor's Office, the Department of Budget and Management, and Maryland's Higher Ed Commission to recruit federal employees who were impacted by the layoffs. As you may recall, we launched advisory councils for teachers, principals, and families this year. The councils helped me and MSDE to connect to the people that are closest to our students. Since January, we've had an introductory meeting with the Family Advisory Council, and as of this week, we've wrapped up our second meetings with the Teacher Advisory and Principal Advisory Councils. Our conversations have covered issues related to literacy, teacher recruitment, support for vulnerable students, special education, and curriculum and instruction. We have discussed their concerns as well as what is going well in their day-to-day experience. I really value this. This is a great way to communicate directly with people who impact our children, and there's a high level of engagement on each of our councils. I also wanted to provide you with an update on the minimal school funding provision in the blueprint, which requires funding to follow students. This means local school boards must allocate funds to each of their districts based on student needs in areas such as special ed, multilingual learner services, pre-K, college and career readiness, and schools with a high concentration of poverty. Last May, the state board adopted a joint policy with AIB that allowed a 3-year phase-in of this requirement with full implementation by the 26-27 school year. LEAs are required to report their minimal school funding each year. The AIB released its analysis of minimal school funding on March 20th, which included LEA allocations through the end of November 2024. The analysis provided a good first look at the new fiscal reporting system and a snapshot of how LEAs are allocating funds according to the funding requirements. We've had questions raised about special Spanish language materials for childcare providers. So we are continuing to add supports for Spanish-speaking early childhood providers and families across the state. These include information sessions, training, and technical assistance in Spanish for programs including Push to Pre-K, the Pre-K Expansion Grant, the Child Care Scholarship Program, and Maryland Excels. We are also translating the revised standards for Maryland Excels into Spanish before we release them for public comment. In addition, we have bilingual staff members in the Child Care Scholarship Program who provide daily customer support by phone and email and who conduct monthly information sessions. The customer service help desk is open after hours from 5 to 9, Tuesday through Thursday, and from 9 to noon on Saturday. We also just had a blood drive this month. 26 staff members rolled up their sleeves once again to participate in the Red Cross blood drive. 9 staff members were first-time donors, and we have relaunched our blood drive in 2024 after a pause due to COVID. I was honored also to participate in a committee that selected the 2025 National Teacher of the Year. 4 finalists included 3 ELA teachers and a school librarian turned history teacher. These educators really are nothing short of amazing, and CCSSO is going to announce the finalists this spring. I have been busy speaking. I've had 5 national and state speaking engagements this past month, which were all great opportunities to celebrate our work here. During last week's Campaign for Grade Level Reading webinar on decoding NAEP, I spoke on a panel with state chiefs from Alabama, Colorado, Indiana, and Virginia. We were given an opportunity to talk about the bright spots on our NAEP data and then shared action steps with folks on the webinar around what we intend to do next. I was also a panelist for a literacy-focused session during the AIM Institute's annual research symposium. The panel featured a superintendent from Brooklyn, New York, and a superintendent from Marietta City Schools in Georgia, and we talked about literacy policies, strategies, and leadership at both the state and district levels. Dr. Michael and I had an opportunity to be on a panel for Teach for America Detroit Systems Leader Fellowship. We talked about how we work together to put policy into practice while ensuring accountability at every level. In Maryland, I was the opening speaker for the Maryland Association of Secondary School Principals Women's Leadership Conference. This was the first time MASSP has hosted a conference for women who are current and aspiring school leaders. And finally, I had the privilege of speaking to more than 500 students at MSTE's annual Teach Maryland Conference. This is a statewide outreach program designed to inspire high school students to pursue a teaching career in Maryland. The full-day event included keynote speakers, breakout sessions, and opportunities for high school students to talk with teachers and representatives from Maryland's educator prep programs. The Maryland Assembly also honored our National Blue Ribbon schools with resolutions in both the House and the Senate. 10 Maryland public and parochial schools earned the National Blue Ribbon status for 2024 for their academic performance or their progress in closing achievement gaps. The honorees included 4 schools from Baltimore, Howard, and Montgomery counties, 5 Archdiocese of Baltimore schools, and 1 Archdiocese of Washington schools. We are looking forward to recognizing these exceptional schools at our May board meeting. And that concludes my update.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Wright. At this time, we would like to acknowledge we have student artists with us who have contributed to the art that is on display in our boardroom. I'm going to turn to Dr. Wright, who is going to recognize our students. We have some families with us as well.
Yes, indeed.
So I'll turn to Dr. Wright for that recognition.
All right. We will start with Harford County, the Harford Technical High School, Reese Anderson. Reese, come forward. Yes. From Prince George's County, Bowie High School, Dorian Sabolvaro. From Wacomico County, Pinehurst Elementary, Stevie Polikovich. I think I got that right, Polikovich. Also from Wacomico County, Mardella Middle and High School, Acorn Bush. From Washington County, Braden McCauley from Williamsport High School. And also from Washington County, Emily Shy from Barbara Ingram School of the Arts. And we have one student joining us virtually, I believe. Do we have that up? Jet Dressel, who graduated last year from Glenelg High School in Howard County and is joining us virtually from the Savannah College of Art and Design. Yeah, very good. And Jet is studying illustration and minoring in art history. Do we have his picture here? Is he on? Okay. And we also have one student whose teacher is here to receive their certificate, Jamari Savage from Worcester County at Worcester Technical High School. So thank you. Okay, what? Me? Oh.
All right, everybody, squeeze in nice and tight. Big smiles, everybody's happy to be here. Awesome. Thank you so much, and hold right there. The board wants to come in? Yes. Okay. I know it's tight, everybody. We'll just kind of do our best. Come on in.
Yeah,
yep,
everybody.
come on in. So we're gonna, kids, you want to take a big step forward so we can fit everybody back there. Excellent. And Dr. Wright, you stay on the end. Perfect. And then everybody else will fill in. Feel like we got more board members than last week. What's going on here? Someone's sneaking in. All right. Miss Lewis, make sure I can see your face. Come on. All right, everybody. Look. Don't look at me. Look at the camera up here. All right. Big smiles, everybody. I think someone was blinking, but it's okay. We got it. Thank you, everyone.
Wait, can we do this?
Yeah.
Any parents that are in that want to come up and take pictures?
So the board can come back and sit down, and we'll bring the parents up.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Lizzie.
Okay, parents and family, I want you up here to take pictures.
We're gonna get Lizzie in there too. All right, excellent. Just pick a kid. Doesn't matter if it's yours. All right. All right. Make sure I can see everyone's face. Excellent. And Lizzie, I'm gonna have you go on the other end. Yep. Excellent. Everybody look at the camera. Don't look at me. And big smiles. Thank you so much.
All student artists and families, if you can meet me over here, we're going to show you your students' artwork hanging in Superintendent Wright's office in just a moment.
All right. Next up, we have our LEA update. We are pleased to welcome Dr. Jeff Lawson, Superintendent, Cecil County Public Schools, to provide an update on behalf of local superintendents with us today. Welcome, Dr. Lawson.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Nothing like following the students, right? Nobody wants to do that. It's great to see everybody. I have some prepared remarks. Just take a moment or two. As Dr. Michael mentioned, I'm Jeff Lawson, Superintendent of Cecil County Public Schools. And thank you, Dr. Michael, Vice President Goldson, State Superintendent Wright, staff, and as well as the State Board. I'm excited to share some things that are happening in Cecil County as well as the broader perspective from the 24 superintendents serving nearly 900,000 students across the state. As you already know, the State Department is making serious headway in several efforts to improve student achievement and performance. In fact, just yesterday, I participated in an MSDE-sponsored Literacy Leadership Community of Practice course with 45 school leaders from Cecil County. The workshop was facilitated by AIM and included reviewing data analysis protocols with tools designed to facilitate data meetings at the school, classroom, and even student level. Also, our student services professionals have been invited by the State Department to participate in a webinar designed by Attendance Works, focusing specifically on stopping the spring attendance slide that we're all familiar with, and to improve attendance for students on the cusp of being chronically absent. These are just two of the examples of our local school systems working collaboratively with the State Department. I know I speak for many local superintendents when I say that we appreciate the guidance we've received thus far regarding the new PK-12 math policy, and once this new policy is approved, the needed guidance documents will soon follow. The State Department has taken the same approach in the area of CCR, and superintendents support and appreciate this policy and are thankful, maybe more importantly, for the process used for its creation. As we all look forward to the implementation of these new programs, we ask that an eye is kept on the potential impact of cost. At a time when all school systems are facing unprecedented budget uncertainties, there's concern that financial constraints will hamper our efforts to improve and reform public education. I'm routinely asked about the impact we might face given the national rhetoric of closing the U.S. DOE. But more broadly, this just typifies the cost concerns at the LEA level, the county level, and the state level. A good example of this dynamic playing out at the local level in Cecil County is our effort to increase the instructional time at the middle school level for students in language arts and math to 90 minutes every day. After extensive collaboration with our teachers, it's evident that this increase in time will require an increase in instructional resources as well as professional development. So while we know it's the right thing to do for our students, the cost implications are real. In other Cecil County news, this past fall, our 6 middle school principals requested to enhance our cell phone policy by implementing use of yonder pouches. Upon our return from the holiday winter break, we started their use with more than 3,000 students. I thank our school-based leadership for their intentional communication, which has directly impacted the effort's successful implementation. Other than annoying our middle school students, who are pretty easy to annoy, use of the yonder pouches has been smooth. In fact, our high school principals are now reviewing their policy to see if these pouches can help at the high school level. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the blueprint journey of which we are all a part. As we work through this process, the superintendents encourage each of you to dialogue with your local schools to see the impact our efforts are having. Please ask the tough question of superintendents, of MSDE, the AIB, and our community advocates. Good things are happening because of the blueprint. However, full successful implementation will take time and communication with our stakeholders, and maybe above all, it will take resources. One final story that for me has been tremendous, has tremendous meaning after 41 years in this business. Last summer, during a second grade reading intervention training, I participated. The training was Foundations. It was for our second grade teachers. The training was so well done, and there was so much energy in the room that I committed to working with a single second grade teacher every Monday morning for the entire school year. At the beginning of the second semester, I've picked up a second teacher. So now I'm sitting in on 2 classes, helping the teacher, pushing in, tutoring second graders every Monday morning. So, as a former high school math teacher, the differences are profound. The level of need I see from our youngest students is jarring and makes me appreciate our teachers even more. I'm sure in your role as state board members, it can be frustrating when considering the intense level of support that is needed by our students and the community, but I'm here to assure you that never for 1 minute underestimate the great things that happen in our public schools every single day. So I thank each of you for your service.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lawson. It sounds like you're engaging in your internship for your next job. a second grade literacy teacher.
I don't think I could do it. I really don't. I couldn't do it.
In all seriousness, I just want to acknowledge you every time you come speak to us. Whenever I'm in your schools with you, instruction is at the fore of what you're talking about, thinking about, engaging with teachers and stakeholders in your district. You and so many other superintendents set the tone for what's most important in our districts, and that is teaching and learning and ensuring that our students, and just in your comments today, it speaks to what you live out in terms of what you put your time on and you spend your time talking about, and that's why the focus on instruction and students is lifting the work in Cecil. So I just want to acknowledge you and thank you for that, for your leadership and your instructional leadership. I also want to thank you and all of the superintendents. There has been really robust discussion in Annapolis this year around the blueprint and what I deem to be a very constructive discussion. We haven't always agreed on the minor details on things, but what, as I said this morning, what is clear in this state is that stewarding public education continues to be such a priority, and your presence and thoughtful contributions and advocacy during the session is just a value add to our state and our education ecosystem. Just want to thank you and all of the superintendents for just that thoughtful engagement and that ongoing partnership that we continue to have. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Board members, any questions for Dr. Lawson, comments or other matters you'd like to raise? Or comments? Mr. Crawford.
Dr. Lawson, again, want to just thank you for your leadership and the leadership of the superintendents, because you guys set the tone for educating children, and I really appreciate the fact that you've now taken on a role of tutoring and being involved. As leaders, people have to see us in that role if we want to see everyone else move. They've got to see us valuing these things. It's one thing to talk about it, but it is an entirely different thing when people within the system see you actually involved with your sleeves rolled up. That is just incredibly powerful, and I know you're not the only superintendent that does that, and I think in a lot of ways Maryland is blessed because we have stayed focused on educating children, our principal responsibility. Nicely done, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McCusker.
He said what I was going to say.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Have a great day, everybody. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, at this time, we're going to move to our stakeholder engagement session for arts education in Maryland schools, AIMS. We're pleased to welcome Mr. Peter Dayton and Ms. Rachel McGrain to the table. As we know, it is Youth Art Month, and we are excited to have our stakeholders. Before I turn it over to Mr. Dayton and Ms. McGrain, I'll turn to our resident, not only teacher, but an educator, but arts educator, general music in Carroll County. So, Ms. McCusker, any comments from you this morning?
Thank you. I would first like to thank Ms. McGrain and Mr. Dayton for being here today and coming last year too, as we started this journey of making sure that the arts are in the forefront of education in Maryland and not just sort of a throw-in add-on, but an integral part of what we do here. And your work as advocates has been instrumental in keeping that focus on the arts in our schools. As a kid who was one of the arts kids, the kid who lived her life in the music wing, went on to bring that to students as a teacher and as a mother to watch my children and the impact of the arts on their lives. I know from just about every perspective how much it matters that these programs are in schools, that they are accessible to all students, that we don't take them away from kids in an effort to push them towards other things. Oh, you have to take these AP courses, da-da-da-da-da. We can't fit it in. We can't do it with your schedule. I know that with creative scheduling and parents who care and advocate, that you can have high-achieving kids with ridiculously high GPAs going on to successful careers in college and in life, and still having that which makes them feel whole and human and connects them to not only their friends, but also to their communities and to the world, because the arts are everywhere. It is the one thing that we share in common in every single civilization on our planet. So I am so thrilled that we are bringing the arts to our boardroom during Arts in Our Schools Month. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. McGrain and Mr. Dayton. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you, Ms. McCusker. Ms. McCusker, I don't even know, I can just skip the first 5 minutes of our presentation after that. But good morning, Dr. Michael, Dr. Goldson, members of the board, Dr. Wright. My name is Rachel McGrain. I'm the Executive Director at Arts Education Maryland Schools, and I'm joined today by my colleague Peter Dayton, AIMS Director of Operations. I would first like to again wish everyone a happy Arts in Our Schools Month. We are very excited to see and hear the excellent student art being showcased here today, and we thank you all for inviting us back after our presentation last spring. It has been an exciting month for the arts, celebrating excellence among students and teachers all across the state and arts disciplines. For example, I just returned from the National Art Education Association Convention, where I received the Distinguished Service Outside the Profession Award and was one of 6 Marylanders to receive a national award.
A lot has happened in the last year. There are some new faces on this board. You all have been working on major policies, including in literacy and math. Dr. Wright and the Comprehensive Arts Education branch now have had more than a year of hard work under their belts, and we're in the midst of a difficult legislative session on top of uncertainty and attacks on public education at the national level.
But one thing that hasn't changed is the centrality of the arts to our humanity. The arts are integral in supporting us through difficult times. Whether it's a national emergency level crisis like a pandemic, or an everyday but still momentous transition period like adolescence, people of all ages turn to the arts to help make sense of ourselves and the world around us. There is comfort and connection in culture in a way that is so interwoven into our beings that we can sometimes forget its active role. The arts are central to our wholeness as people and as a society, and we must not lose sight of that. And even more, we must be intentional about protecting this critical component of every child's public education.
Nobody says this better than our students. The drawing you see is by Yuli E. Cuevas Cordero from Frederick Douglass High School in Baltimore City. And this is one example of what is on students' minds and what they are using their art skills to express. This is what we're all about at AIMS. We are a 501c3 nonprofit organization committed to ensuring that all students in the state of Maryland have access to high-quality arts education. We envision a public education system in Maryland that supports, cultivates, nurtures, and uplifts all students' creativity through a robust arts education experience so they can thrive in a healthy society.
And the need for intentional policies and protections in support of arts education is not just a theoretical idea. We saw direct threats to arts education during local budgeting last year, for example, in Frederick and Howard counties. And when those proposed cuts came to elementary school instrumental programs, students, families, and community members stood up and told their local boards of education just how much they value those learning opportunities. In both of these cases, the boards of education added the programs back into the budgets in response to the community demand. But even within those successes, there were sacrifices, such as class size increases leading to the elimination of a dance program at a high school in Frederick County. Especially when decisions aren't wholesale program considerations at the Board of Ed level, there are smaller decisions at the school and district levels that more quietly jeopardize access to and quality of arts education for our students.
New priorities cannot come at the cost of critical components of students' education that not only supports their academic achievement, but is the lifeblood of their communities and connects and supports them in times of celebration and in times of struggle. Today we'll share with you the state of arts education in Maryland schools from our perspective, highlighting successes, challenges, and needs, and we invite and encourage you all to ask questions and think critically about what this board might be able to do and what recommendations you have for us to help ensure that all students in Maryland have access to the high-quality arts education that they deserve.
The arts education ecosystem is complicated and interconnected. Decisions that impact arts education are multi-layered and complex, and so is our work. This graphic is an intentionally overwhelming visual of some of our statewide collaborators and avenues for advocacy. For example, we partner with MSDE on programming, such as Maryland Centers for Creative Classrooms, Professional Learning for arts educators, and with the Music, Dance, Theater, and Art Education Associations on both professional learning and advocacy. We also serve as the arts voice in education spaces, such as the Blueprint for Maryland's Future Coalition and CSUM, and we bring an education voice to the arts community through collaborations with Maryland Citizens for the Arts and the Maryland State Arts Council. Arts educators are central to our work, and we'll talk in a bit more depth about what we're hearing from them regarding successes and challenges to providing high-quality arts education for Maryland students.
As we get into the state of arts ed in Maryland, we'll begin with a review of some of the regulatory infrastructure. First, on the national level, music and arts are explicitly outlined as subjects that make up the well-rounded education that all children are entitled to. The arts are listed amongst other critical subjects such as ELA and math in the Every Student Succeeds Act. Federal funding, including Titles 1 through 4, is available to support arts education according to federal law. Maryland regulation goes even further to enumerate the 5 arts disciplines of dance, media arts, music, theater, and visual art that are required for all students in grades pre-K through 12. Starting in 6th grade, students should have the opportunity to specialize among a choice of all 5 arts disciplines in order to be prepared for post-secondary education and careers. You'll hear more from Lizzie Devereaux from the Comprehensive Arts Education Branch today about the current state of progress towards meeting those requirements. As you'll see throughout our presentation, we still have a ways to go.
The other sections of Comar Fine Arts include requirements for content standards, reporting, and a Fine Arts Education Advisory Panel to advise the superintendent on issues and best practices relevant to fine arts education for students in Maryland. I am honored to serve as the current co-chair of the panel, alongside Randy Rumpf, Supervisor of Fine Arts in Montgomery County, and last year Carl Stewart, Supervisor of Visual and Performing Arts in Carroll County. Members represent all regions of the state, all 5 arts disciplines, a variety of roles within the ecosystem, and a range of LEA size. We have so far sent 2 sets of recommendations to Dr. Wright, and we're pleased to welcome her to one of our quarterly meetings last year. The first set of recommendations focuses on strengthening supports for the many conditionally licensed arts educators in the state. We have a very strong arts sector in Maryland and want to ensure that there is a clear and supported pipeline to welcome and sustain some of those folks into our schools. Work related to these recommendations is ongoing. Separately, but involving several of the panel members, there is currently a working group being convened by MSDE in response to public comment brought forth, including by Ames, to address a gap in licensure opportunity. With the elimination of the transcript analysis pathway last spring, arts educators are now limited to traditional routes that are often inaccessible for potential candidates like career changers. We are grateful for the opportunity to be a part of the recommendations being developed by this group, as well as the complementary recommendations being developed by the Fine Arts Education Advisory Panel, and hope that they are successful in supporting the pipeline and retention of conditionally licensed arts educators. The second set of recommendations from the Fine Arts Panel focuses on incentives and transparency to work towards high-quality and sequential arts learning offerings in all of Maryland's LEAs. Specific examples of the recommendations include a diploma endorsement for the arts, arts representation within Blueprint implementation, and transparency and support with Comar reporting, which again you will hear about later this afternoon. We are encouraged by the work of this panel and greatly appreciate the wide range of expertise that this group brings to the table. Participants are doing this on top of their regular responsibilities, and we rely on those folks who are leaders in their schools, communities, and LEAs to support the state's work in support of arts education.
Now, the final piece of legislation we'll mention is, of course, the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. The Blueprint does reference the arts via its Comar section and the law and subsequent comprehensive implementation plans published by the Accountability and Implementation Board not only allow for, but emphasize that per pupil and concentration of poverty funds can be used to support arts education. The implementation plan goes further to explicitly lay out that college and career readiness standards are not intended to alter the need for high-quality programs and content in fine art and other subjects necessary for a holistic education. We know, and the architects of the Blueprint know, that a world-class education must include the arts. And in fact, many LEAs have found ways to leverage the arts to fulfill the vision and requirements of the Blueprint.
LEAs included some of these strategies in their most recent implementation plans from May 2024. You should have a handout that includes examples from all 5 pillars, and I'll highlight a few. We saw several instances of extending to full-day pre-K, offering more opportunities for music, art, and movement teachers to have dedicated time working with our youngest learners. We also saw many instances of the arts supporting college and career readiness as an attendance strategy and through dual enrollment and AP courses. Families consistently identified arts in community school needs assessments in Baltimore City, which you heard about in more depth from Dr. Sandalisas in December. In several LEAs, more resources for students have expanded arts learning opportunities both during and outside of the school day with classroom teachers and arts and cultural partners. So we know that the Blueprint has the potential and intention to support the arts as a critical component of every child's education. And yet, there are also pervasive challenges and risks to the breadth and depth of arts learning as we navigate through Blueprint implementation, even before the current negotiations happening in Annapolis.
The heavy focus on standardized tested subjects in college and career readiness in the Blueprint has led to a frequent misperception and undervaluing of the role the arts play in accomplishing student success in those areas. Instead of leaning into the arts, we too often see challenges like scheduling for dual enrollment disrupting the continuity of learning in the arts. In our fall educator survey, one Carroll County music educator described the challenge of encouraging students to take a both-and approach of staying with a music ensemble throughout high school in addition to pursuing opportunities such as AP courses. While this particular teacher is seeing some success maintaining students, this is not the case across the board, and we need to be creative and collaborative across roles in school communities to ensure that students are able to add to their education rather than sacrificing one meaningful opportunity for another.
This leads into more overarching feedback we've received from arts educators around the state. As the people delivering instruction and shaping Maryland students every day, we believe it is extremely important that decision makers hear their successes, their challenges, and their needs for support. The handout you have with these highlights was also shared with all of the superintendents and CAOs or equivalent boards of education and county executives of Maryland's 24 counties this fall for National Arts and Education Week. Over the course of last school year, we administered 2 surveys to over 250 arts educators across 19 LEAs. We have much more detail available, but the highlights are that teachers overall felt slightly more negative than positive about their school year, and the overwhelming majority faced barriers to providing high-quality arts education. Feelings about the year skewed more positive in the fall and more negative in the spring. And in a demographic breakdown of respondents for the whole year, no group among Asian, Black, Hispanic, or white respondents had more than 50% of respondents feel positive about the school year.
We administered a similar survey this fall and are seeing from a smaller pool of respondents similar results. With about 70 respondents representing 14 LEAs, there was a slight increase in the negative feeling among respondents about the school year so far from 40% to 42%. However, fewer respondents said they were facing challenges in delivering arts education to students, from 86% to 79%. This leads us to the challenges and priorities arts educators identified through free responses to help us identify what decisions, practices, and policies might be able to reduce those barriers and negative feelings. Preliminary results from this year show similar priorities to last year.
2 of the biggest priority areas, which are very complex and nuanced, come down to scheduling and support. Scheduling encompasses school-wide scheduling as well as individual student scheduling, and there are unique challenges within this category for different grade bands and arts disciplines. For example, in elementary school, the arts can often be overlooked and seen simply as a break for other content teachers. Terminology like specials rather than more specific language like related arts or the actual disciplines being offered helps perpetuate these perceptions. Language is important to remind folks at all levels that the arts are also core content and should be treated as such. At the secondary level, where arts courses can sometimes include students from multiple grade levels in order to fill out an ensemble and provide the highest quality instruction, it is imperative that they are given special consideration at the beginning of the scheduling process and not as an afterthought at the end. And to be clear, that piece is about equity. Without this special consideration, there can be significant ramifications for students and entire programs. And with increasing focus on opportunities outside of the school building, for example, with dual enrollment, this is especially important for schedulers and students to be aware of. The good news is, as we've mentioned, MSDE has an excellent comprehensive arts education branch and a diverse and knowledgeable fine arts education advisory panel ready to serve. Not to mention the numerous teachers, counselors, and administrators across the state who have figured out creative scheduling solutions that center the arts. As you all, the Board of Education, work on upcoming scheduling guidance for LEAs, we encourage you to use your oversight and authority to ensure that the arts are intentionally and thoughtfully included in this process. And we hope you will draw on the vast experience and expertise of the field as part of this complex undertaking.
In a similar vein, administrative support and understanding makes a big difference with teacher evaluations, blueprint implementation, and access to adequate designated facilities and materials. We don't expect every administrator or school leader to be an expert in these areas, but it is imperative that they see and are curious about the unique strategies and considerations needed for the arts in these areas. One of the best ways to make sure the entire school community is supported is to ask the simple question, have I asked someone with an arts background about this? Meaning classroom evaluation standards will look different in a music classroom than a math classroom, and that is a good thing. Teachers shouldn't be penalized for adapting to their content expertise, which is happening around the state.
And when teachers are able to provide that high-quality instruction and develop strong relationships through the arts, it strengthens many of the state's overarching priorities, including literacy, numeracy, and attendance. Arts integration, especially when students have a foundational base of knowledge in the art discipline being integrated with another subject, can be an incredibly effective strategy, as President Michael well knows as a former math teacher. Montgomery County Schools posted a video on their Instagram at the beginning of the year asking why students show up. This screenshot shows the most enthusiastic response in the video and in the comments, which is band. And I recently had the pleasure of attending a ribbon-cutting ceremony for a new auditorium at North Bend Elementary School in Baltimore City, at which neighboring Principal Adams from the historic Samuel Coleridge Taylor Elementary School shared an anecdote. They were having a school-wide attendance challenge, and the same fourth grade class kept winning over and over. When they looked into the data to see why these students were showing up on time every day, surprise, surprise, they had dance first period. Any arts teacher you talk to could tell you a story about a kid who showed up because they were passionate about that art form, and it's what kept them going in school. So as we talk through the challenges and complexities of ensuring that students have access to arts education, let's remember the many reasons why. In addition to all those mentioned so far, we identified a few trends of the successes educators identified in this fall survey. Their students are achieving excellence, finding joy, developing relationships, building community, and seeing the growth that we hope for all of our students to experience.
Now, the final piece of data we'll share today is back to quantitative data presented through the Maryland Arts Education Data Project. This publicly accessible set of dashboards that displays arts access and enrollment data from the statewide to school level is a collaborative effort between AIMS and MSDE. We are so grateful for the department's support and collaboration to provide such a robust tool designed to equip decision makers and advocates alike so we can all work together to increase access to the arts for our students. As we have experienced and communicated to those using the data project, one data point does not tell a complete story. Rather, it clarifies further questions for exploration. We encourage you to take the following highlights into consideration and use them as a starting point for your own line of inquiry. On the macro level, over 80% of Maryland students were enrolled in some arts course in the 23-24 school year. All LEAs have courses in music, theater, and art, but not all LEAs have dance or media arts courses. Within music, the majority of enrollment is in general music, with decreasing enrollment in part due to access in instrumental and vocal music courses. Using the trends over time view of the platform, you can see that the highest concentration of students who qualify for free and reduced price meals correlate with the highest enrollment in arts courses, though that trend has been declining over the last 4 years. Students with a majority of Asian students have the highest enrollment rates in arts courses, followed by students with a majority of Hispanic students, Black or African American students, white students, and finally students without a majority. We are currently seeking renewed funding from the Maryland Legislature to continue providing transparent arts access and enrollment data through the Maryland Arts Education Data Project, and we hope that the tool will further inform your own exploration of the data.
Finally, we'd like to quickly highlight one more facet of our work, which is professional learning through the Maryland Centers for Creative Classrooms. In addition to recurring and innovative offerings such as arts education through a trauma-informed lens, we've piloted a new approach this year to bring targeted learning opportunities directly to LEAs in response to their articulated needs and logistical considerations. Since November, this project has reached 8 LEAs with plans to reach 8 more by the end of the summer. About 80 educators teaching visual art, music, and special education and serving over 10,000 students have participated in these workshops so far. Feedback has been very positive and has allowed for cross-LEA collaboration and has equipped in-district leaders with unique and applicable training in some of the previously mentioned priority areas, such as supporting a diverse range of student learning needs.
Now, we've spent a lot of time this morning talking about the importance of arts education, and I am so grateful that we have students here today to show it. We also encourage you to come see and support Maryland students at statewide showcases, including the Maryland Middle School Dance Showcase on April 8th, presented by the Maryland Dance Education Association, the Youth Art Month exhibit at BWI, presented by the Maryland Art Education Association, and you're invited to the Maryland Arts Summit this June to get a taste of the larger arts ecosystem that Maryland students who pursue the arts as careers might find themselves a part of. Finally, we encourage you to attend a performance or exhibit at a school in your community. Show your support of arts education by showing up as a leader to celebrate the power of the arts.
The arts are critical to kids' wholeness, and they're an effective strategy towards many of the goals of the State Department of Education and the State Board of Ed. Arts education is a strategy to address absenteeism, to support literacy, and to improve school culture and morale. The benefits of arts education are far-reaching, and they deserve the support and recognition to match their impact. We encourage you to come out strongly in support of arts education as a board. Principals and local superintendents know that you care about literacy and numeracy. Do they know you care about arts education? Use your position and power to make sure the arts aren't forgotten or nice to have, but that they are a central part of a child's education, as they should be and need to be in order for us all to thrive in a healthy society. Thank you for your time, and we now welcome questions.
Thank you very much for joining us again, and I just appreciate our partnership and your advocacy for students across Maryland. I'll open it up to questions or comments from board members. Yes, Ms. McCusker.
Do you have any data that's showing where the major hang up is with having dance and media arts available in more schools? Because that seems to be where the biggest hole is right now. So where are we seeing the deficit? Do we know what the problem is?
Well, I would say one piece for media arts is that it's a relatively new identified arts discipline. It was just added into COMAR in 2017. So, I mean, we're approaching 10 years. It's not super new, but that is one piece of the puzzle. I would say very broadly speaking, and Lizzie could probably talk a little bit more in depth to this, there is a challenge between breadth and depth. So in order to have more dance and more media arts courses, we have to have more teachers, we have to have more space in the schedule, more resources. And that's a balancing act, especially for a lot of small districts. So I know, for example, St. Mary's County is piloting a new dual enrollment program for dance. So they're a county that has previously not had dance, but they do have it this year through dual enrollment, through a partnership with the university. So there are some creative solutions there. But yeah, those are just a couple examples.
And some of the pipeline work that we're doing, I know we're going to hear more about the pipeline later today, that's aimed at making sure we fill some of these holes with professionals in the field, yes?
Yeah, and that's actually a good point also, because there are a lot fewer opportunities for traditional pathways for licensure for dance, media arts, and theater. In fact, there are no theater education programs in Maryland. You can get your theater degree and your education degree and combine them, but there aren't specific theater education programs. So there is a challenge in pipeline as well.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Great. Other questions? Ms. Medina.
I just wanted to thank you all so much for this beautiful presentation. It's really important that people have this information. I was absolutely one of those kids, like, dance saved my life. You had to show up and you had to pass or you couldn't perform. So it's really, like, it really feeds into a lot of the critical areas that we're discussing on a regular basis. So thank you so much for highlighting this, and just keep fighting and keep giving everybody the information that they need.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Dr. Wright.
No, thank you for being here. And Peter, I want you to show them the back side of your talking points.
Oh, I'm just trying to be economical with paper. Sorry.
Peter is a
I'm-
nationally
I couldn't
acclaimed
resist.
composer on top of his
I
work at
could
Ames.
not resist
That's right,
because every
yes.
time you
I'm-
turn a page, I thought, "Oh my God, it's more music!
No,
It's more
I'm-
music!" So that's awesome. But thank you so much for your being here, and thank you for your partnership. And know that it has not gone unnoticed. Your words, and we were whispering back and forth some things and guidance that we're getting ready to put out, and this will certainly be part of it. So thank you.
Fantastic. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Peter.
Thank you very much. I'll just say finally, when we think about a world-class education, it includes supports when students are struggling in reading and writing for all students. It includes acceleration in math. It includes supports when students are struggling. It also includes the arts. And it's not related. It is core. It should not just be reserved for people who can afford piano lessons or for people who choose to spend their weekend that way. It's a core part of a world-class education. And so we just thank you for your advocacy and your support. Just continue to underline when we see words like concentrations of poverty grant. That means more access to the arts in Baltimore and Prince George's County and our highest poverty schools. So when we unpack some of these funding pieces and others, this means more access. And so we just appreciate your advocacy, your sustained work, your patience, and your persistence together with us. Moving government and systems can take some time, but we just thank you and thank you for your presence today. All right.
And thank you all, and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
All right. Excellent. All right, with that, we will move to the next portion of our agenda. We have pathways into teaching for federal employees, and I'll call on Dr. Wright, who will be introducing staff for this very brief update and presentation.
Yes, I'm going to ask Kelly Meadows to come to the table. It is going to be brief, but it's an overview. We've been getting a lot of questions around what exactly are we doing, and so this is an opportunity to share what the department is doing. So, Ms. Meadows, you're on.
Welcome.
Good morning. So we've had some exciting weeks working with the Governor's Office for Children in this Feds to Eds initiative. I'm happy to announce that the Professional Standards Board during their March meeting did form a subcommittee of members who were specifically going to look at potential alternative pathways to licensure and really focus on those individuals who have content knowledge, whether that's in coursework or just life experience, job experience, and how can we leverage that content knowledge without telling them that they need to start over and go into an educator preparation program. So that work is ongoing. We met once. We're meeting again Thursday. And we'll have an update for the Professional Standards Board on the 3rd of April and hope to finish that work soon. In alignment with that, like we just heard, we do have the arts work group. Ms. McCusker is participating on that work group, and it's very similar. How can we leverage experience and content knowledge and get individuals licensed more efficiently so they can start in the classroom? We have a new webpage dedicated to federal public servants on our Teach Maryland website. If you have not checked out our Teach Maryland website, please do. It lays out some information about what does it mean to be conditionally licensed, where do I go to find employment as a conditionally licensed teacher, where do I go if I want to get started in teacher preparation, what are the current pathways to licensure. What else? There's so much that's been going on, I know. We are potentially partnering with a consultant to do some data triangulation to really identify where are these federal workers living and where could they potentially want to work, what schools could we potentially facilitate that relationship with. And so every day we're doing something new and we're excited about the opportunity of recruiting these individuals into the teaching workforce.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ms. Meadows. And I understand we'll get a more in-depth presentation at our April meeting as these plans come to really gel.
Yes, sir.
Excellent. And just want the board and the public to be aware that this is active work going on, and really pleased to see all of the parts of government coming together that often work very methodically with a lot of process and working on an expedited timeline. So just thank our partners. Are there any questions or comments from board members? Dr. Mueller McCarthy.
I'm just excited about this work. I'm so proud of the innovation and the expediency. There are lots of dedicated, smart people at the U.S. Department of Education. I was there for a few years in the early 2000s, and it would be a gift to have some of those people join our classrooms. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Chang.
Thank you so much for getting the dynamic shift to our favor. I was just wondering, are they different groups, not just content teaching, but also with IT supports and things like that?
Yes, ma'am. So there are a lot of different types of federal workers who have been impacted, not just educators. So yes, looking at those individuals who are working in computer science field, the STEM fields, how can we recruit them into the classrooms without telling them, you just start over and get a master's?
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Dr. Wright.
Just an additional comment. When you talked about government coming together, the governor's office actually is working across all agencies to create a website that lists all of the vacancies that currently exist across all the agencies so that people have a one-stop shop. So to your point, other fields like accountants or something of that nature that other agencies may need. And so that is a part of the work that we're working on as well with all the other agencies put together. But Kelly is really doing an amazing job leading this work here, and I'm really proud of her.
Thank you. And the one other thing I will mention is we've had a lot of our teacher preparation programs kind of step up. And, we're engaging with a lot of different programs right now to figure out, how can current programs be modified? What new programs do we need to develop? How can we leverage our community colleges? So really exciting time to be in teacher preparation right now.
Great. Well, Ms. Meadows, thank you for your leadership. We look forward to hearing from you next month. Thank you. All right, with that, we are pleased to welcome the Hammond High School Chamber Choir from Howard County Public Schools. We have a 26-student choir who will be performing a selection of 2 to 3 songs, and we welcome them at this time.
Is it Hammond? From Howard.
Should we get up and get out of their way? Yeah, we're going to do that. our break. We have two items before our executive session over lunch. I do want to take this moment, as you know, some of our board members have been going through different confirmation processes. So Ms. Medina went through, Mr. Clash went through, Dr. Lewis went through about a month ago. And I'm pleased to announce that the legislature just confirmed Mr. Chet Chesterfield. So officially welcome. Yes. All right. And with that, we're going to move to our next item. We have a special guest presenter today with us, Shalini Sharma, who is a national leader. I'm not going to take it all from Dr. Wright, but truly a privilege for us to have Ms. Sharma with us today. I'll turn to Dr. Wright, who will do our full introduction.
Yes, I will. Thank you. We are very excited to have Shalini Sharma here today. She is the Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of Zern. She is a math expert, and she is also, Zern is a nonprofit educational organization behind the top-rated math learning platform used by 1 in 4 elementary schools and over 1 million middle school students nationwide. In addition to her role at Zern, she authored the national bestseller, Math Mind, The Simple Path to Loving Math, and all of our board members were given a copy of your book, and we've all read it.
Not just given, yes, we read it. This
read
was our
it. Yeah,
book
that's
study
true. It was
this
two
year.
things. Yeah, it was given
Yes,
a book
over
and
winter break, it
read
was
the book.
homework.
That's exactly right, and that's right. Sharma also serves on the Braven Board of Directors and is a Pahara Aspen Fellow. She has a Master of Business Administration from Harvard Business School and a Bachelor of Arts from Brown University. As a mom of twins, she is also passionate about universal access to an excellent education. So we welcome you, Ms. Sharma.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you to the Maryland State Board of Education for inviting me here today. I'm really grateful to be a part of your conversation and your exploration as you raise your ambition and think about all kids in the state of Maryland learning and loving math. So I'm going to share the aim of our time today. Now, this will be our goal, our exit ticket for what we're going to do. Over the course of my time, I want to increase your confidence and competence that all kids can learn and love math. And as you direct education in the state of Maryland, I want to offer myself as help to design that for all kids to feel successful. We're going to do that by doing 3 things. The first is we're going to do some math. So get ready for that. We're also going to step back, and I'm just going to summarize some of the math research and some of what we know about mathematics that we absolutely want to see implemented in all classrooms for all students. And then finally, I look forward to your Q&A to cement our understanding and our time together. So those are going to be our 3 topics. Thank you for that kind introduction. I just want to underline, as I share my experiences very humbly in math education, that they're coming from 3 sets of data. The first is, as Dr. Wright mentioned, Zern, which is the nonprofit that I co-founded. And on Zern, there are millions of students that complete billions of math problems. And for the last 13 years, my team has been obsessed with observing those math problems and really obsessed with when a student hits that I don't know moment in math, how do they move through that I don't know moment to the feeling of an aha moment when math clicks. And so that is our obsession. And I hope that I can share some ideas about how all students can have those insights and aha moments. The second is that over the course of building Zern, I and my team spent a great deal of time absorbing all of the research and as well as visiting amazing math classrooms in this country and actually across the world. And so I've spent time, for example, seeing math classrooms in Japan and in Singapore, which are countries that have been able to increase math achievement at astounding rates over the last 50 years and maintain those levels of math achievement. And so that will be part of also what I share. And finally, I have 14-year-old twin boys who've been through their own middle school math journey. And so it's with that heart that I hope that all children can have a positive, though sometimes very challenging, math journey. Okay, so please pick up your number 2 pencils. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. Okay, I just wanted to see if you guys were all listening. Okay, all right. Okay, so we're going to do a math problem. And what I'd like you to do is think about this math problem as leaders who define policy and what happens in classrooms. And this is a really important math problem. This is a 4th grade math problem that was administered on a NAEP exam. Not the most recent NAEP exam, because I don't have access to those problems, but one in the past. Okay, I'm going to read the problem to you. So which fraction has a value closest to 1/2? 2/2, 5/8, 1/6, or 1/5? Now I'm just going to sort of give you the punchline, which is 73% of our 4th graders got this question wrong. And what I'd like, if I can ask the board to jump in, anyone, what do you think was the most commonly chosen answer, and why? Why did our 4th graders pick that most commonly chosen incorrect answer? 2/2, and why?
Because 1 and 2 were closer than 1 and 5.
Okay.
It has the same denominator.
It has the same denominator. Okay, I see a nod. Would you like to add anything?
I was just saying because it has the same denominator, so that's going to be the relational thought.
And if you were a 4th grader, like what could you try to share what would be going on in your mind? No, with that. Like if we're trying to be super empathetic of what do our 4th graders think?
I think that numerator denominator just gets instilled so much, so it's the when you're testing, a lot of times you think about how much time we have, and so you kind of go with your quickest, the fastest response, and so you see those matching denominators and you just go for it, kind of like picking C when you're not sure.
Yep. Okay. So that's correct. This is the distractor that's purposefully put in the test for our students. I will share that when I presented this to international audiences, they laugh out loud because that distractor is not one that they see as a relevant distractor. And I do also personally believe it has to do with an over-proceduralized understanding of fractions with a focus on numerators and denominators. And while procedures are extremely important in learning and loving math, when they're overemphasized, then you can't understand math. And our 4th graders can't understand. So let's take a minute to think about how we could present this, where I'd argue that every single 4th grader in Maryland would succeed, as well as the country. I think you could even get younger kids to succeed at this problem if you presented it so it made sense. And so the first is, what is 1/2? So actually picturing that as a quantity, as opposed to this disembodied numerator and denominator, a lot of big words that may not mean anything. Whereas 1/2 could be half a cookie, half a piece of cake, half a pizza, half a sandwich. Everyone knows what that means. And then what is 2/2? Well, that's both parts of the cookie, both parts of the sandwich, the whole cake, a whole rectangle. That's the whole thing. That's the biggest number on this page, and that is the most incorrect answer. And so if you understand it, that isn't an answer that you would select. 5/8 we can visualize as almost 1/2, and both 1/6 and 1/5 are very small numbers. And so you can see that if we can teach math so it makes sense, and so children can picture these kinds of images as they see the numbers, you could imagine that this 4th grade problem would go from 73% of 4th graders in our country getting this question wrong to the vast majority getting this question correct. I'll point out another thing, which is that sometimes, not always, but sometimes the reward of understanding means you don't have to calculate at all. And you can imagine here, if you were following the way, for example, I was trained to learn math, I would jump in very stressed by the time and try to calculate the common denominator. And for 2, 8, 6, and 5, that's really hard to do in your head. For anyone trying right now, it's 120. And so that's a lot of work. Whereas actually just understanding the problem is sometimes the best path forward. Okay, so that was us doing a math problem. Don't worry, we're going to do more math problems, but I'm going to pause now and just share some of what we know regarding the research and the science of learning math. And I want to relate that to reading, because that's a topic that's much further along in our schema as educators, and there has been much more conversation regarding reading. And I also want to name, I am not a reading expert, so I am using what is known about reading as a link to share what's known about math. So the first thing I'd say with regard to reading that we have to keep in mind is that innumeracy is far more widespread than illiteracy. What do I mean by that? The number of people, for example, in this entire room who would say that they feel like they're great readers and they love reading would likely be the vast, vast majority. If I then pose the same question of, do you feel like you're incredibly numerate and you love mathematics, you can imagine some hands would go down. This also plays out inside of our schools. So if we think about a 3rd grade teacher who is teaching reading, he or she can remember the text they read in 8th or 9th grade. They can remember, an important novel they read in high school. And so that represents a benchmark, a schema for that teacher. As they're teaching 3rd grade reading, they know where this is going. They know the point of it all. But you can imagine an elementary school teacher doesn't always feel super comfortable with Algebra 2, Algebra 1. Where is this all going? Those links are not always sitting there for our teachers and for our families. And so you often then find this feeling, what is the point of it all? And that question is often coming from innumeracy. The second difference is that we don't have a schema or a set of beliefs in K-12 that there are only some kids who will succeed in reading and the rest were okay if they're illiterate. We just don't think like that. We think all kids have to learn and love reading. We're so ambitious and abundant when we think about reading that we actually don't consider literacy to be the bar. We want children to have their favorite books. We try to impose our favorite books on our children. I may have done this myself with my own children. We don't take the same view in math. So in math, if a child is not successful in math, we say, it's okay. They're just not a math kid. They have other talents. And that is extremely dangerous because what that means is that we have given up on that child's success and that we believe deep down that the ability to succeed in math is something intrinsic. What we see in other countries, particularly in, for example, surveys of teenagers in high-performing countries, is when you ask those teenagers who's successful in math, they say, well, the kids who work the hardest. And when you ask our teenagers the same question, they say, the ones who are born like that. And that's simply not true, and it's holding us all back. So there is a massive belief issue that we have in math. And then the final, just getting into the pedagogy and the science, it is important to name that the science of reading is more advanced than the science of math. And that being said, there is a great deal of knowledge with regard to how to learn and love math that has been developed, and we should utilize that, even if the science is not as far along. That's best encapsulated in a 2008 mathematics advisory panel. It's from a presidential Blue Ribbon Commission, and the first 30 pages or so are written as a listicle. It's like 1, 2, and so it's really nice and easy to absorb. The remaining 200 pages are a little dense. So that is a wonderful resource. When I was in Singapore, and asking them for their background literature and their science and what they were implementing, they kind of laughed at me and they said, well, we're just implementing your science. You should do the same. So that was, not one of my favorite moments, but. Okay, so let's summarize that science from the 2008 panel. And I'll just give it to you in 3 quick tidbits, but it is much deeper. And I would encourage you to read at least the first 30 or so pages. So the first is what I shared in that NAEP problem, which is a balance of fluency and understanding. Here, we often get into what is known as math wars, where we debate between fluency and understanding. And in other countries, they do not debate this, the ones that are high-performing. And where we see high-performing students consistently succeed in mathematics, they are taught math with a balance of fluency and understanding. A simple example I would give for this is I would explain this as not optional. So as you get up into advanced math, let's say you're doing some algebra, and you're trying to solve a very interesting hard algebra problem, but you still have to use a lot of brain power to, let's say, add 8 plus 3 or multiply 6 times 7. Literally, you do not have the brain power left, the leftover working memory, to do the advanced math. So this isn't something where we can describe it as a preference or an option. This is actually just the design of the brain. We have to make some of the mathematics automatic in our brain so we can feel challenged and learn the new mathematics. The second is around pictures and objects. I also showed you some pictures in the NAEP problem, and pictures and objects help math make sense. Now there's a funny ad that you see on the left-hand side here, and I want to take just a brief moment to tell you this story. So this was an ad where the tagline was, "Third is the word." And a company called A&W launched the Third Pounder to head-to-head compete against the McDonald's Quarter Pounder. Same price, more tasty in blind taste tests, and the Third Pounder was a colossal failure. Why? When they went and did the postmortem and asked consumers why they didn't want the Third Pounder that cost the same and was presumably more tasty, their answer was that they were getting ripped off because 3 is smaller than 4, which is true. But 1/3 is bigger than 1/4. And so this is a test of fractions where America failed. And, we can laugh, but we can also feel quite sad that is what's happening. But we can also feel quite hopeful because I would posit to you that we could bring any group of 4-year-olds in the state of Maryland, we could bring them here, and they would tell us every time, if we showed them pictures and objects, that 1/3 is bigger than 1/4. We could cut up cakes, we could cut up anything. And they would mostly think something was wrong with us because they would always know the answer. And so we are built to be able to know the answers to these questions if we can connect to our intuition, which is with pictures and objects. So that's the second piece of research that is important and vital. The other thing I'd say really quickly on pictures and objects before moving on is that sometimes we think that pictures and objects is baby math, right? I happen to mention 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds. But actually, when you spend time with the most advanced STEM workers, they are drawing pictures. That is actually how they think about mathematics. And so it is those who are able to progress through STEM that have a picture of what's going on, and we can explicitly offer those pictures to everybody. 1/3 is bigger than 1/4, guys. Okay. Finally, the last thing that we know is that kids need support and catch-up systems in math. A lot of times the way that mathematics is taught and it's built is it's a process of elimination. Now, if we believe that math is only an intrinsic ability, then of course, through the course of K-8, we are just eliminating people who do not have that intrinsic ability. That is not what they're doing in the countries that are 3x, 5xing our performance in mathematics. You know, there are countries that have more students proficient in calculus than we have students proficient in algebra. And they do not take a mindset that they're trying to eliminate students and children as they go. They cherish their human capital, and they think that all kids can succeed. And to do that, we have to give kids more than one chance. It's not fair that as you move through mathematics, if you stumble, that you just fall off and you never get another chance. And actually, it is those children who succeed in mathematics who have built-in systems. It could be their families, it could be a teacher who cares, it could be luck, and they get to catch up. For example, that's what happened to me. I had built-in catch-up systems. I got very lucky. I had a 6th grade teacher that changed my life when I had given up on myself. And so rather than making that the luck of the draw, we can make that structural and systematic for the whole state of Maryland and for the whole country. And that is what they are doing in the top performing countries. And those catch-up systems are calm, they're daily, they're orderly, and they're non-stigmatized. Because it is normal to struggle. In other subjects, when you struggle, the response is to work harder. In math, our current approach when children struggle is we pull off. We don't want to be mean to them because they're not math kids. Well, that's the cruelest thing of all. And so instead, if there are calm, orderly catch-up systems, we will see a much higher level of achievement in mathematics. Okay, another problem. This one I'm cold calling. I'm joking. I'm not. Sorry, I was having too much fun. Okay. Okay, so we're going to do this problem because it's a pre-algebra problem. And I really want everyone to remember that while we do have modest achievement in 4th grade, that drops off precipitously in 8th grade. And it is those exact children that are achieving in 4th grade that drop out. So it's not just that it's not just when we think about the achievement dropping that students who did not achieve in 4th grade did not achieve in 8th grade. Even our high achieving students in 4th grade drop out of high achievement. And so what exactly happens? So let's take a look at that with this math problem. This is a 7th grade pre-algebra type math problem. So Connor and Lily are making bags of trail mix. Connor puts 7 pretzels in each bag, and Lily puts the same unknown number of raisins in each bag. After filling 3 bags, they have used 45 items. Solve for R. I personally have become quite fluent in 7th grade math, building Zern, and so this is how quickly I would be able to do this problem. So I would quickly set up the equation, then I would solve by balancing, subtracting 21 from both sides, dividing both sides by 3, and I would quickly get to R equals 8. That's because I have proficiency in the language of mathematics. Okay, question for the group. What do you think students on the Zern platform, there are millions of students completing billions of problems, where do you think they consistently struggle when completing this problem correctly? No, it's not the 3 times 7. Yeah. Fractions. Okay, so here's where they consistently struggle. They cannot take this word problem and turn it into this equation. And this is the consistent area of support that students need. Even students who are higher performing, they also struggle with this. So this is a place where students do not understand what comes next. This is often what we do to support students when they're struggling in 7th grade, is we say, well, let's do some more distributive property. Let's do some more procedures. And I love procedures, and I love automaticity. However, I could do this till I'm blue in the face, and I will not be able to write that equation. And so here, we get to go to the brain science. We get to use pictures. I observed math classrooms in Japan and Singapore, and when they took apart complicated problems, they went to pictures, including, calculus, algebra 2, binomial theorem. The teacher was on the board drawing pictures. And so here, let's draw some pictures, or we can make a movie in our mind. So 3 bags. Okay, The problem has 3 bags. And in each bag, there are 7 pretzels. Now I'm starting to understand what this problem is even saying. Okay, and then in each of those bags, there are raisins in each bag, and these are unknown. And in total, there are 45 items. And when we slow this down and do this over and over, moving from the concrete to the pictorial to the abstract being the mathematical symbols, the pictures being what you just saw, all students can get to drawing this equation. And this is the work that should be happening over and over to support students' numeracy. Because on the left-hand side, you see English. On the right-hand side, you see some pictures. And on the bottom, you see the beautiful language of mathematics. Okay, so those are my 3 overall takeaways: fluency and understanding, pictures and objects help math make sense, and building a catch-up system for all kids. And so with that, I'm opening it up to your Q&A.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Dr. Wright, any comments before we jump in?
No, just really excited to have her as a partner. She's been more than willing to help us out and provide input into what we're doing with our math policy, et cetera. So looking forward to our continued partnership. But thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Millie McCarthy.
Thank you for the presentation. Just as a background to the board, you know, I run a school specifically for children with learning differences, and this is how we teach them math. So that many of them, not all, come in very much below level in math. And so we catch them up, we start them where they are and catch them up. And at this point, we usually have out of 20 to 30 children, 2 classes of algebra in 8th grade.
Well done.
And many of those kids didn't have any base 10 concept when they came into us. So I'm here to tell you that it's all about building concepts and then putting the numbers and algorithms and equations on top of that.
Yeah.
And fractions, our kids love doing fractions.
Yeah.
And number talks and estimation. So it's
Yeah.
great. Thank you.
And the thing I would add is that what we know in this, a lot of what we learned in the science of reading, we learned by focusing most on the students with the greatest need, students with learning differences. And then once we synthesized that, we realized that all students could benefit from those teaching strategies. And so that is absolutely correct, that a lot of the strategies that you see that I am presenting that are scaled nationally in countries like Singapore and Japan for all kids, they do begin in the supports for students with learning differences, and that's where you could think of as our lab, our cutting-edge teaching pedagogy.
Other questions, comments? Mr. Greer, and then Dr. Lewis.
I was going to yield to Dr. Lewis, but okay. I just personally want to say thank you for coming. Thank you for writing the book. Thank you for doing the research. It's one thing to make an organization like Zern or to co-found it, but then to take all the data, learn from it on behalf of trying to improve where we're at. Personally, I would say timed math tests caused a lot of problems for me, starting probably in 2nd grade. And it took me a long time as an adult to figure out where my math anxiety came from, and I pinpointed it to looking next to me, left and right, and trying to determine and understand why was I on problem 2 when everybody else was on number 10. Mm-hmm. And that set in as I'm just slow at this and I don't do it well, and so I moved in other directions in my career. You're the first author that I've read that helped me to understand the difference between working memory and procedural memory and the importance of how we get. And I have a neuroscience degree, right? I've studied this work, right? And it made a lot of sense to me to better understand where that comes from and why we do it. My comment is that. I'll say Carol Dweck taught me that I have a growth mindset and I can actually do this later in life. I want to understand more about some of the catch-up systems that work really well for students who have gotten to a place where they don't see themselves as a math person, and school systems that are trying to set themselves into a place of, we're just going to keep funneling you along this path instead of trying to catch you up. What do those systems look like? What is that you've seen so far that works really well?
So let me start with one additional thought. First of all, thank you for that compliment regarding sort of the explanation of fluency and conceptual understanding and working memory and procedural memory. The best example I've seen of catch-up was the week I spent observing math classrooms in Singapore. And so I'd love to share what I saw, because I would describe it as astounding. The whole time I was there, I was like, this is the honor of my life. I can't believe I'm here. And so obviously my expectations were quite high. And typically when I'm in that spot, I usually am disappointed. And so, but I was not. And I'll share one thing that was surprising in my time in Singapore. So Singapore has tracked, they have elementary school and then junior high. So it's a little different than the way we run. And there's a very high stakes test, and then children are tracked into different junior highs. So in some ways their tracking is much bigger and much more intense than our tracking. And what I really tried to do was see the full range of tracked students. I also requested to be in classrooms with students who had documented IEPs. Like, I really wanted to see a wide range. And I was always accompanied by 2 people from the Singapore Ministry of Education, which is basically the Ministry of Magic. Like, they are amazing. And so, so as I was going across these classrooms, the part that was most astounding was how often I heard the word believe. So I think when we talk about belief and we talk about the feeling of like believing in kids feeling belonging in math, I think we talk about it as like maybe a poster, like an idea, but we don't bring it into our day-to-day work. And so when we were observing classrooms, for example, we were in a high-tracked school watching a lesson on binomial theorem, which I had not understood till I was in that class. I was like, oh, I absolutely did not understand that part of algebra. Now I know, now I understand it. So that was itself astounding. And in Singapore, it's the teacher-to-student ratio is 1 to 40. And so there are a lot of children in the room, and sometimes they're chatting. And so there was a group of children that were, chatting, maybe productively, maybe not productively. There's multiple home languages. So while instruction is in English, children will speak in their home languages as well, so you don't always know what they're saying. And when we left and debriefed that, the Singapore Ministry of Education person was sitting with the teacher, and he said, I wonder if those children in that corner that were chit-chatting, I wonder if we could have given them more belief that they could do this binomial theorem class, that they could, accomplish the exit ticket of today, and if they would have engaged more. And so tomorrow, when you teach that group again, would you just share any thoughts you have on how you might increase their belief in themselves for that day's lesson? I heard the word believe, I started to count it. It would be like 40 plus times a day. And it was described as a specific pedagogical strategy. And I've never seen anything like that. So I'll share those as examples of, one example I've seen is my son's running team. That's an example where the coaches are like, you can take 10 seconds off your mile time. You can do it today. You can run, one of my sons, you can run with Gus as your partner. My son will say, well, Gus is faster than me. Try it. And so this kind of like intense belief, but the belief at the moment of difficulty is an example of what I've seen in catch-up systems. Another thing I'll say that I've seen in catch-up systems is what Dr. Mele McCarthy also shared, which is the pedagogy of concepts with pictures and objects. You never, ever see catch-up without that.
Thank you. Dr. Lewis.
So my comment was on that point. As a special educator, first of all, reading your book, I wrote to Dr. Michael right away and said, I loved it. It was great. It would change how I outwardly face students. But I always used pictures and manipulatives, and if I pushed into a classroom, the first thing that you'd notice is, yes, I had students that I was working with, but other students would gravitate too, because clearly that's how they were learning as well, and it helped to boost their knowledge. It's interesting, though, as you age up in elementary school, that pressure is a little bit different when I would roll in with my cart of manipulatives or my cart of pictures or whatever I'd have with me. And you put up a worksheet, which was a perfect example of which some of what students would be facing without any real life, authentic, what does this really mean? What, the raisins and that stuff. So how do you bridge that gap when as students age and there is more focus on that procedural piece and less just on the authentic learning and realistic experiences that help them really build on their knowledge? How would you bridge that gap? Because I do think we see that in classrooms now.
Thank you for that question. Let's say we're a fourth grader, or I'm a fifth grader, and, I need to, I have to draw a picture to prove, that 6 times 7 is in fact 42. But I know that. I am angry. And, I'm drawing your stupid picture because you made me. And so you can imagine that we can do this wrong. However, I share that opening to say that in every lesson, we have to move through the concrete to pictorial to abstract progression. Every lesson. So for example, on the Zern Learning Platform, kindergarten through 8th, every single day of instruction, we move through CPA, concrete to pictorial to abstract. Now, each learning objective would require a different proportion of that CPA. You can imagine that it could become nonsensical to have this extensive concrete experience that doesn't make sense. But we still want to always try to move through that progression. But we have to remember that once a child has something automatic, there is nothing more irritating than drawing a picture. And why would we make them do that? And the other thing I'd say is that it doesn't mean that we use CPA when they're in kindergarten through 2nd grade, but when they're in 7th and 8th grade, they're so numerate that they can do it all. By the way, some people can, and that's wonderful. But for example, when we present negative numbers in middle school, we talk about diving into the ocean, coming up to sea level, and climbing a mountain. You know what that helps you with? It helps you with seeing and understanding a number line. And so you don't have to start to memorize that a negative plus a negative is a negative and what, you can actually just imagine a number line. So we don't want to also think that pictures and objects are for little kids, and that we want to bring pictures and objects all the way into Algebra 2, just all the way through. Calculus. Calculus is literally the mathematics of motion on Earth. Mm-hmm. It's the most interesting application there could be. It's CPA every day.
Other questions and comments? Dr. Goldson.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation.
Let me say this. We might be the only state board of education that has a president and vice president that are former math teachers. So
right. So I'm going to frame this comment by saying, while I would love for every mathematics teacher to have majored in mathematics, mm-hmm. I clearly understand that they have not. Mm-hmm. And so our work as a board and Maryland State Department of Education is cut out for us to make sure that we can retrain teachers to focus on pedagogy that does look at concrete, pictorial, and abstract, mm-hmm. And to start it at grade pre-K all the way up through high school. Mm-hmm. And so in a perfect world, our higher ed partners would already be there, but they're not. Mm-hmm. And so our teachers, unfortunately, are teaching the way they were taught. Mm-hmm. And it is not this way. Mm-hmm. And so while I'm sure we're expecting that once we discuss and vote on the mathematics literacy, numeracy policy, that changes will happen overnight, they will not. Mm-hmm. And it will take time, mm-hmm. just like our literacy policy mm-hmm. will take time. But if we dig deep, we provide the support needed, and we allow our leaders to also tell our teachers that we believe in them, mm-hmm. that then will transfer to children. Mm-hmm. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
It's powerful. Other questions and comments? Yes, Ms. McCusker.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the book. When I started reading the book, I saw me in that beginning section where you talked about the person that never saw themselves as a math person. No one ever saw me as a math person, ever. And I don't think I ever really had an understanding behind the equation and memorizing until I was an adult and started to try to figure out my own little shortcuts to things because I didn't want to look like the person who couldn't, add in their head like everybody else. But that said, and how much I enjoyed that, but that said, it is Arts in Our Schools Month. And I would just love to make the connection between the arts and learning math and in STEM. A lot of people will call it STEAM because the arts, visual arts, are the pictorial representation, in shape and size and form. And even in music, rhythm is fractional math and adding beats together rather than numbers, but it's the same concept. And if music teachers and arts teachers are also learning some of this content and seeing the connections, they too can make those connections for kids. Using a bar model like you did on that fraction problem can also be used in teaching rhythm and showing those pictorial representations. So I encourage us not only to leverage our teachers, but making sure that even teachers in other disciplines at least see some of it because it can be applied across discipline. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Yeah, and I would just say that part of the work, I think, is finding space for all of, just being kind to ourselves and actually finding space to say that you're a math person. And so if you're a music teacher, you're absolutely teaching the application of mathematics, visual arts, these are all applications of mathematics. And so giving people an authentic feeling of that, hey, this is where I can be a math person, will then allow us to give children space. If we don't if we're like, well, we suck at math and we're not math people, how would it be the case that our children would then feel space? So I do think that it's really important to offer that to teachers for their own experience of having space to feel successful in mathematics.
Any other questions or comments? I'll just say thank you for your work and what you have brought. I think it's fair to say when we look back to 2008 with the National Math Advisory Panel, we got a lot right. And in what we need to do. And you have anchored back, and so many across the world, as you've mentioned, have identified that. I also think it's fair to say that in the implementation of the Common Core, which very much is built on NMAP, we won many battles in saying pictures matter in math and really building out the need for conceptual understanding and building coherence in curriculum. And there's so much we got right, so many battles that were won, and we completely lost the war, if we were to look at it in terms of supporting students at scale in America to learn better in math. Not only did our average achievement go down, here in Maryland, some of the steepest declines, but for the first time in the history of America that we've been tracking math achievement, the achievement of our lowest students went down significantly. So it wasn't just that achievement gaps grew. Our students at the 10th and the 25th percentiles, they have material and significant gains. They are 1 and 2 years grade levels below now where their peers at the lowest end of the distribution were 10 or 15 years ago. And so what I want to thank you for is I think you chart a path for us of how we not just win small battles, but actually win the hearts and minds of America around math. And what you have done is democratize the language, which I think is, quite frankly, like where we have lost people. We have said, well, we've got to use these specific models and you have to use this. And you say, let's draw pictures. You're allowing families and teachers who aren't math majors and others to join the conversation so that we can believe in ourselves as educators and as parents who are our students' first educators, to really educate and uplift our students. We in the Blueprint and a World-Class Education are talking all about right? What we need to do. I would offer that we need to be more specific than what the blueprint says right now about what a coherent curriculum is. That is listed in the blueprint. But if you go to Singapore, you can't leave Singapore without bringing home Singapore math with you. So we have a lot of work to be done. And so when people are asking, well, is the math policy the blueprint? Absolutely, certainly. And resources are essential. They're essential. But when we look across places across the world that are doing it, is well beyond resources. It's resources and great strategy and the science. And so I just want to thank you. I think, again, you are democratizing the language, and let me put that more plainly in the spirit of the comment, which is you're allowing people from all walks of life to access math. And it's something that all of us need to do a lot better job with. So I just want to thank you, and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we're going to move to our pre-K-12 comprehensive math policy. We have been hard at work on the development of this first version of a math policy in the state of Maryland, which again accompanies our work in developing that world-class education system to ensure that our students have that the access to an excellent mathematics education and the support. So we are looking today at mathematics policy version 2.5. As a reminder for the public, I'm sure we'll go through this, but we started this work in January for the first time, out for review. We had public comment. It was out for review. We reviewed it in our February Education Policy Committee, and we'll get an update from our policy committee in a bit. We were pleased to have many members of the public join us for public comment in February. We had further deliberation this month in committee, and we look forward to discussing and considering the policy in full today. With that, I'll turn it to Dr. Wright, who will introduce our staff members from Teaching and Learning.
Yes, so at the table you have Ms. Lindsay Brightful, who led this work, and you have Dr. Elise Brown, who also is our Assistant Superintendent in the Office of Teaching and Learning. And they're going to start with this. Tanet's here as well, Dr. Smith. And we are requesting that the State Board adopt the pre-K through grade 12 comprehensive math policy. That's our ask.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, I'm on. Okay. So, good morning, members of the State Board. It's great to be back with you today. I plan to start with a connection of art and math, but Ms. McCusker already did it so beautifully, so thank you. We agree. I want to also thank Shalini Sharma, and I appreciate her support of the math policy, and we are very aligned in our work to support all students in Maryland for us, but all students for learning to love and learn math. I think policy section 3, which focuses on numeracy development, echoes her emphasis of the appropriate balance of conceptual understanding and procedural understanding, and really supporting all students using a CPA approach. We intend to further develop this through our numeracy development framework, because as you all mentioned, it's not just a policy. The support has to go past that with strategies and the emphasis of belief that all students and teachers can learn and love math. Today, I will be supporting that love and learn of math through the lens of our state math policy, version 2.5. I'm going to give a brief high-level overview of the process, followed by a summary of stakeholder feedback and aligned revisions, and then we will talk about hopeful next steps, and I look forward to any final questions or feedback. We reviewed this timeline at the Education Policy Committee last week, and so immediately after the January 28th board meeting, we began receiving feedback from various stakeholders on version 1 of the math policy. We also received about 90 responses from the online feedback form, and we hosted 2 feedback session specific to LEA leaders to ask specific questions, which was attended by 20 out of 24 LEAs. And as Dr. Michael mentioned, we appreciated the feedback that we received at the February board meeting through the public hearing, and that led us to version 2 of the policy. Version 2 of the policy was revised based on that community feedback and engagement, and we presented it at the Education Policy Committee on March 13th. At that time, we received additional feedback and questions from board members and additional stakeholder feedback, which led to additional revisions presented today in version 2.5. We remain grateful for the detailed feedback from all stakeholders, and we intend to keep communication channels open. MSDE's mathematics branch has been responding personally to all feedback via written response, phone calls, and virtual meetings. As previously shared, our data and research team supported us to align almost all of the feedback to the 3 overall trends as shown here: equity, access, and student learning experience, learning structures and feasibility, and timeline and implementation. These led to the most significant revisions in version 2, and we revisited them in version 2.5, adding additional areas of clarifications and some specific systems and structure. Related to equity, access, and student learning experience, version 2 revisions included explicit strategies for historically underserved student groups, including students with disabilities and multilingual learners, refined definitions for clarity in revised acceleration language to provide clarity of the expectation for all students to access accelerated math course progressions beginning in grade 3 at the latest. In version 2.5, we revisited this with additional references for supporting student groups, and we continue to elevate the needs and best practice for supporting historically underserved groups with numeracy development. As we just talked about, all students will need support, and we need to further define what that will look like. Additionally, we've already begin connecting with MSDE's Advanced Academics branch to plan for ongoing collaboration between LEA offices and Maryland's gifted and talented organizations to support the implementation of accelerated math course progressions. I just want to briefly address a comment from public comment earlier about exclusionary tracking and acceleration. Both are defined in the policy, and neither conflict with the Gifted and Talented Education Statute or COMAR. But we look forward to connecting with MC Gate and Dr. Paintner as she leads this work to further discuss and collaborate as we move forward with implementation. In terms of learning structures and feasibility, in version 2, we revised the multi-tiered systems of support for mathematics to ensure it was the clear driver of ensuring equitable and responsive math instruction and ensuring all expectations for scheduling and grouping were responsive to supporting all students. This is how we emphasize the appropriate support for all students. We also added Appendix A to share more information about the integrated algebra courses as requested by various stakeholders in feedback. In version 2.5, we have again revised the elementary student grouping language and reorganized Policy Standard A to ensure clarification of connection between scheduling, MTSS, and acceleration. We also emphasize family engagement as a key lever of math instruction and student outcomes. Appendix C has also been added to share additional information about secondary math pathways. I do want to talk a little bit more about Integrated Algebra 1 and 2, and I want to clarify that they will be Algebra 1 and Algebra 2 high school math credits. The course content standards will not include 3 years of content into 2, but instead strategically integrate the core content of algebra, geometry, and statistics aligned to college and career mathematics readiness. We will continue to collaborate with universities and community college, career and apprenticeships organizations across the state through our Launch Years Task Force to ensure this work is aligned with readiness for all programs. We are working on a webpage where information about this ongoing work will be publicly available. We are in consistent communication with University of Maryland System about this shift, and they are aware and open to collaboration. And we have reviewed high school math requirements for top universities across the country, including HBCUs, Ivy Leagues, and neighboring state universities. There are no contradictions to the implementation of this course progression. We also met with the NCAA to confirm that they do recognize these courses as high school math credits. Got a little out of order. Okay. In terms of timeline and implementation, as previously shared, our Office of Teaching and Learning has initiated several new systems to ensure we are consistently connecting across all contents to streamline support and expectations for all educators. We know this work can't be done without a clear and robust plan for educator professional learning at every level. In version 2.5, we have added math coaches and interventionists to the policy and detailed best practices for leveraging these roles to support student outcomes in mathematics. We will also provide resources and professional learning opportunities available to all educators to engage with revised math standards. As you know, MSDE is also actively pursuing expansion of coaching and other professional learning opportunities. We also made some additional updates to the timeline in version 2.5 to ensure there's adequate time for planning and effective implementation. We know that change is challenging, and we are grateful for the relationships that we have with LEA leadership. We will leverage this ongoing partnership through all phases of implementation. We hear the need for guidance documents as soon as possible, and we look forward to sharing them. They are all in a strong draft form, but we want to make sure that they are aligned with the final version of the policy. We are working closely with our HQIM branch to develop resources to support the implementation of HQIM with revised standards and day-to-day instructional materials for integrated algebra courses. We also met with the Maryland Councils for Teachers of Mathematics last week to begin planning ongoing collaboration structures to develop some ongoing structures to minimize the communication and support gap between MSDE and school-based leadership and educators. And lastly, just as a recap of March and our ongoing stakeholder engagement on March 14th, affectionately known as Pi Day, we begin our community engagement screenings by co-hosting our community engagement initiatives by co-hosting 2 screenings of the film Count It Out. This film relates closely to the conversations we had today. It is a thought-provoking documentary that really demonstrates why America needs a future where being a math person isn't seen as rare or special, but rather where mathematical literacy is the norm, which so closely aligns to Maryland's math policy's purpose. We hosted over 100 educators and community members between both events, and I want to thank Dr. Ebony Terrell-Shockley at University of Maryland College Park and Dr. Karen Terrell at Loyola University, who were amazing co-hosts. And thank you to our panelists, including Board President Dr. Michael and AIB member and educator Justin Robinson, who hosted discussions after each screening. At both events, there were tears and cheers and a lot of passion and positive energy centering the possibilities of math if we do this right. Last Thursday, MSD Mathematics Branch spent the day with LEA math supervisors in what we called a math policy time machine, going through every shift over the next 4 school years with 3 central questions. Question number 1, aligned to an ongoing charge from Dr. Wright, how is everything we are doing improving student achievement in mathematics? Question number 2, how can we plan strategically to support educators in alignment with Learning Forward's transformational process framework, which emphasizes how educators learn in ways that sustain significant changes in their knowledge, skills, practices, and mindsets? And question number 3, what support is needed from MSDE to sustain this ongoing work? LEA math supervisors share excitement, nervousness, vulnerability, and commitment to ongoing learning, planning, and collaboration to ensure this math policy is not just a policy, but a foundation for the shift of math instruction and student outcomes in mathematics across Maryland. Feedback included appreciation for the cross-LEA collaboration, focused in on a comprehensive policy review, and the responsiveness of MSDE's math team. Math supervisors are seeking more detailed implementation guidelines and are concerned about staffing and budget constraints. All in all, LEA math supervisors demonstrate a clear commitment, emphasizing that we need every local school board leader, every district leader, every school-based leader, every classroom leader, every community leader, every Marylander on board with this work. We believe this is what our students deserve, all students deserve, and I want to add that this is not a poster belief. For myself, as a Maryland high school graduate, educator, community leader, and mom, proud math person, I do believe that we can do this with your support and with the support of our MSDE leadership and our math team's hard work. We are hopeful for the adoption of the math policy today so we can move full force into implementation. Before I open the floor for any comments or feedback, I want to leave with a final charge from the Counted Out film, which shares, mathematics gives you the tools for thinking about the things you care about. We want to be a society which everyone can participate in this information age with all of its quantitative requirements. Thank you.
All right.
I have another slide. Okay. I didn't have a question slide, sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Brightful and Dr. Brown. I know we have several members of the math team that Mr. Greer and I got to see in action at some recent professional development. Do you want to recognize the math team that's in the audience?
Oh, I didn't plan to, but they're here, and I think so. Our coordinators of math, Robert Richardson and Stacy Marvin, and Jen Meehan is in a meeting right now with.
She's right back there.
Oh, she's
Yeah.
here. She's in. She was in a meeting with digital learning. We're trying to get some resources out, but she's back here. So thank you all. Couldn't do it without them. Appreciate that opportunity.
Great. All right. Before we open up to questions, I want to, I want to just address, Ms. Brightful, you talked about this tension, and I want to lift it about, when do we adopt the policy, knowing that there are still things that are going to need to be changed. And I just want to talk from a process perspective about this policy. This also applies to literacy policy, the CCR policy. These are critical living documents that set the direction of core instruction in the state. As a board, we are going to be revisiting these on an annual basis. It is essential that we put a line in the sand and adopt these policies within a reasonable amount of time after receiving ample feedback and comprehensive feedback from the public. We know that there are components of this policy that we will not get right and that we need to come back to. And part of the process is going to be this continuous improvement process. Implementation includes our work as a board in coming back. At the same time, we have to put lines in the sand so that we can allow the team at MSDE to do their critical work of pushing out guidance, helping answer questions in a timely manner so that the work that is scheduled out in this timeline over the next 4 school years can begin. And so we have to balance those pieces. And so I know there are some outstanding concerns. I believe 2.5 has addressed many of those. We'll take consideration from board members if there are further items we want to look at today. But I just want to assure that this is something we are going to come back to on an annual basis and continue to tweak, but that this document very much will drive the direction around where we're going as a state, and we've got to start putting those lines in the sand. All right, with that, are there questions from board members about this policy? Mr. Paul.
Thanks so much for all the hard work. I'm a bit of a geometry booster, not because I care so much about parallelograms or whatever, but because when taught richly, that's the first time that students are really giving proof in the sort of K-8, K-12 math curriculum or math progression. And so one thing I wanted to clarify was with the integrated math approach, where will some of those elements in geometry, so not how do you compute the volume of a cylinder, how do you compute the surface area of a sphere, but those things. Here are a set of theorems, let's work through them together. How will those fit into our revised approach to the sequence there?
Yeah, so they fit into both courses appropriately with the aligned algebra concepts. So we're not losing all of the theorems. There is a slightly different approach, but they still exist. And I think some of it is identified with, like, we can get specific into like ASA and things like that in the actual appendix of them still living in the integrated courses. We also, like in our revised standard process, we're really emphasizing how proving in theorems, it has to live from pre-K through high school, not just when you get to high school. So that emphasis on the discussion of the why and the how and how you prove it and why it matters, it will live in all of our math courses.
That is music to my ears. Thank you for.
Other questions? While we're on geometry, so there have been questions in some of our feedback about how integrating geometry might impact students in post-secondary pathways, specifically college. Can you talk to us about your engagement process with higher education, what that's looked like, the feedback we've gotten around geometry standards and how they relate to student success in higher ed, and any other implications around that partnership with higher education?
Yes, sure. I didn't mention it today, but the recommendation to shift to the integrated algebra 1 and 2 course progression, it was based on the work of our Maryland's Launch Years Task Force, which consists of K-12 math leaders and educators, math researchers from various universities, and most of the group actually represents math education programs and university systems, as well as math educators in university and community college systems in Maryland. So this group has engaged over really the last 2 years on the centralized charge of Launch Years, which is led out of University of Texas Dana Center, is modernizing high school math to meet the current needs of society. And so there are 23 states that are a part of this initiative. We just got together not too long ago in Austin, Texas. And so Dr. Michael and Mr. Greer got to see some of our work where we looked at other state models who are doing similar work with some different approaches. And going back to the question about geometry, both locally and nationally, as we reviewed geometry standards as they currently were for about the last 100 years, they did not fit. They were both when we did local surveys and even in the AIR study that was shared with the board related to the CCR metric, geometry content standards were not aligned to preparing students for really any specific college major. They were identified as standards that could be mastered but didn't need to be. Most of them, they wanted introductory to them. And then we also engaged with some of our CTE programs, and they identified some base level knowledge, which remain in, but also that the course as a whole, 1 credit course, when we looked at that, there were a significant amount of content standards that were no longer aligned, or I don't know if they ever were, but they're not aligned to what is needed for students to master before they enter a pathway, whether that be statistics or on the pathway to calculus or data science. So that's some of the research that we took into account, and that study is publicly available, and we have a summary of it that we can share. But I also want to be clear, we're not getting rid of geometry. As we just talked about, there is some very important content there, but the entire course with all of the content standards as they were, we think from the recommendation is appropriate to make some shifts.
Thank you for that response. Mr. Greer.
Thank you for this. To be clear, I'm in full support of this. I think this is a great movement. I think, Dr. Michael, what you said is right. Just as I was sitting here, I started to think about, though, this does require tons of change. We know that. It's going to take a while to do. I know you're not afraid of the change. We're not afraid of it either. And we want to equip our teachers to be able to, live this policy out in the way that it's intended. We have lots of different curricula across the state. So that's all those changes as well because of the local control and the fact that, different LEAs are choosing different things. What supports do you feel like you need in order to provide the best technical assistance to LEAs based on the differentiation of those curricula that's going to help them move towards the direction of this policy?
Thank you. I appreciate that question. It's something that our team with Dr. Brown and Dr. Smith have already begin to think about very strategically. I think with the current timeline in the policy, one of the first major shifts is the implementation of the revised pre-K through 8 standards in school year 26-27. And so that really gives us about a year to ensure pre-K through 8 teachers are ready to implement those shifts within their curriculums. So as we advocate for resources such as coaches and professional learning opportunities, that will be the first focus, is really ensuring our pre-K through 8 teachers are ready for that shift, so that then when we implement integrated algebra in 27-28, we know that students have the previous experience to be ready for those. That does look like bringing together, I don't like to overuse PLCs, but some learning communities around each curriculum, right? Like if we know we have 6 to 7 curriculums, what is it going to look like to implement these shifts within your curriculum? Because we're not sending the message to abandon your curriculum. We know that we have a very high adoption of HQIM and math across our state. So however, we don't want all, I don't know the numbers, but let's say 4 LEAs are using the same curriculum. We don't want all 4 of them to do the work of implementing the revised standards with their same curriculum. We want to do that as a community with the appropriate resources and leadership. So that's something that we already were talking about with math supervisors. I will say, I just mentioned the digital learning meeting, where really we want to be a model of how we use technology. Just the way we want our LEAs to be innovative with offering some courses, we are really thinking right now how we can be innovative to offer some different modalities of resources and support to make sure it's still a high quality experience, but that all educators have a chance to engage with our materials and resources of this is what this should look like. And so we're really working hard with our digital learning team of utilizing our platforms to reach educators across the state, as well as some in-person opportunities and partnerships with LEAs.
Excellent. Dr. Lewis.
I just wanted to thank the team. Between version 1, 2, and 2.5, it's abundantly clear that you took into your thinking comments from both the public and board members and different groups that you've been working with, and you really see a policy that stays true to the focus and the charge, but moves closer to a focus on what everybody thinks will move students forward. So I thank you for that commitment, and it's clear when looking at the 3 different versions that you clearly heard the public and heard board members' comments, so I really appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. At this time, I'll turn to Chair McCusker. We did review this at length in the Education Policy Committee. Might you provide us an update on recommendation from the Education Policy Committee?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Michael, and thank you for the presentation. And to piggyback on what Dr. Lewis said, the incredible responsiveness to stakeholder feedback and to the feedback from the committee, because we came to you twice with our list of things. But the committee, after bringing their latest recommendations in our last committee meeting, unanimously recommended adoption with the identified amendments, which I do believe have been incorporated. So you have a unanimous recommendation to adopt.
All right. Are there other questions at this time? or comments? Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion. Okay, Ms. McCusker, is there a second? Goldson? All right. At this time, is there any further discussion on the motion? Okay. Given the significance, we're going to do a roll call vote. So we'll go ahead and start. Ms. Chang?
Yes.
Great. Mr. Chesterfield?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Clash?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Crawford?
Yes.
Mr. Gadam?
Yes.
Mr. Greer?
Yes.
We'll note Dr. Johnson is absent. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Dr. Millie McCarthy?
Yes.
Ms. McCusker?
Yes.
Ms. Medina?
Yes.
Mr. Paul?
Yes.
Dr. Goldson?
Yes.
And I'm yes as well. So that passes unanimously. Congratulations, and thank you very much. All right. All right. Okay. All right. With that, we are prepared to adjourn to executive session for our afternoon. Pursuant to Section 3305B7 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, the State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss the following: 4 appeals, a board leadership update. The State Board will return to the public between 1:30 and 1:45. With that, is there a motion to adjourn to executive session? Dr. Mila McCarthy, is there a second? Okay, Ms. Medina, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay. All right, we're going to call the afternoon public session back into order. We are delighted to be starting off with recognition of the Presidential Award for Excellence in Math and Science Teaching Recognition. We have some of our outstanding educators, 3 of the 4 who are joining us today, along with looks like we've got a lot of supervisors of math and science with us. I see some familiar faces in the audience, so delighted to be doing that. I want to just hit a little process point. Dr. Wright is going to talk a little bit about each of our honorees. I'm going to ask Dr. Wright if you can go through all of them, and then we're going to take some pictures in the center. We'll go kind of one by one, and then we'll do all 3 honorees. And then just to remind, we can go ahead. Let's go ahead and get started. Yep.
All right, good afternoon. I am pleased today to recognize the most recent recipients of the Presidential Award for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching, the nation's highest award for teaching in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Established by Congress in 1983, the award recognizes individual achievement, student progress in STEM and/or computer science, and the highest standards of STEM teaching. We're pleased to be joined by 3 of the 4 recipients from Maryland's public schools. Honorees, when you hear your name, please stand to be recognized, and once all the honorees have been recognized, we will take photos individually with State Board members and your guests. We're going to start with our science teaching honorees. Modupe Olafunmiloye is from Prince George's County Public Schools, where her students call her Mrs. O. Mrs. O is a Kenmore Middle School science teacher who has taught science and special education to students with cognitive disabilities at Buck Lodge Middle School for 5 years. Congratulations, Mrs. O. Krishni Patrick from Montgomery County Public Schools has taught at Piney Branch Elementary School since 2007. A 5th grade teacher, she has also taught 3rd grade and STEM. She began her career as a DC teaching fellow at Truesdale Elementary School, Lecky Elementary School, and Thompson Elementary School. Since then, she has taught at Centerville Layton School in Delaware. Ms. Patrick was unable to join us today, but let's please extend our appreciation and congratulations to her. Next, we will recognize our mathematics teaching honorees. Joan Shane from Montgomery County Public Schools serves currently as the mathematics content specialist at Sligo Middle School, where she has taught mathematics for the past 12 years. She spent the previous 11 years teaching 5th grade at Oakland Terrace Elementary School with a focus on mathematics. Congratulations, Ms. Shane. And finally, Kate Sandoval from the Howard County Public School System currently serves as an elementary mathematics specialist at Bowman Bridge Elementary, where she previously taught 4th grade. Ms. Sandoval has worked in the Howard County Public School System for 9 years, teaching at the elementary level. Congratulations, Ms. Sandoval. And how about one more round of applause for all of our honorees? And we will start with Mrs. O, followed by Ms. Shane, and then Ms. Sandoval up here with our board members. Okay.
Just a reminder to board members, we have several school visits scheduled to visit some of our award recipients. So look forward to you all for us to join in those. So excited for that coming up. All right. With that, we're going to move on to the next portion of our agenda. We have for us today consideration of the College and Career Ready Standard Policy. We'll turn it over to Dr. Wright in a second, who will introduce staff who is with us to do that. I do want to remind us that the Education Policy Committee has taken, the Transformation Committee has taken this up. We'll have a recommendation for us on that. I do want to remind the public, I'm sure it'll be in the presentation, but we adopted the CCR standard over a year ago. We are codifying that even further so that it lives in the policy pending based on our action today, and providing significantly more detail on the implementation around that through this policy. So with that, delighted to turn it over to Dr. Wright to introduce our staff leaders for today.
Thank you. And at the table, you have Richard Kincaid and Phil Lasser. They're going to be doing the presentation and providing you the latest update. And I am requesting that the State Board adopt the revised College and Career Readiness Standard Policy. That's my recommendation to you. Gentlemen?
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, President Michael, member of the board. My name is Phil Lasser. I'm Senior Executive Director of Strategic Initiatives, and with me as well, as we didn't get a chance to update the slides with the job title, but
Richard Kincaid, lead the Office of College and Career Pathways.
Great, thanks. And as we said, we are requesting adoption of our revised CCR standard policy document, version 2.0, that is in the meeting materials as well. So before we get into the new proposed document, I want to go back and share some background context, make sure we're all on the same page of what this is for and what the CCR standard does. So the blueprint legislation passed in 2021 has one of its core components requiring a new college and career readiness CCR standard to be set that allows graduates to succeed in entry-level credit-bearing college courses. And the goal is that all students meet this standard by the end of their 10th grade year and no later than graduation. And then meeting the CCR standard also enables students to fully be prepared and enroll in post-CCR pathways, which are our AP and IB programs, dual enrollment early college, and career and technical education CT programs, as well as students have the right to enroll in credit-bearing courses at Maryland community colleges. So the next part of the blueprint legislation is that the blueprint set that the initial interim standard of how we should measure whether these students demonstrate college career readiness is by students basically meeting or exceeding these benchmarks on state assessments in both English and math. And so the State Board took action to further codify that February 2022, basically putting these cut scores there that students, to meet the interim CCR standard, students need to meet these scores on both English and math on these assessments. From there, the blueprint then says that we are to contract out for an empirical research study to look into what are those different methods that we can use to measure whether a student is college career ready, and have the research study recommend changes to the standard. So we partnered with AIR, the American Institutes for Research. They presented their final report and recommendation fall/winter 2023, which included in it a recommendation to have include GPA as one of the ways that students can demonstrate readiness. So in January 2024, the State Board adopted this standard that's on the screen now, which adds in the option 1 here, where students can meet the CCR standard by demonstrating academic success through earning a high school GPA of 3.0 or higher, and also demonstrating math mastery through earning a grade of A, B, or C in Algebra 1, or scoring proficient or above on Algebra 1 MCAT. And then option 2, scoring proficient or above on English and Math MCAP assessments, basically bringing over the interim standard. Those is still available for students as well. So this is the standard that is in place right now that, again, was adopted just about a year ago and was in effect for the 23-24 school year as well. So when that went into effect, we have some data here to demonstrate the impact of that expanded CCR standard, that new CCR standard that we adopted last year. And so what this shows is that this looks at the year-over-year change on the number of students who met the CCR standard. The left is school year 22-23, the right is school year 23-24, and the options are available at that time. So in 22-23 on the left, 21% of students met the CCR standard through the interim standard, the assessments. And then in 23-24, basically what you have, the orange bar section there and the little blue sliver there are the students who met the interim standard. Again, comparing apples to apples right there, just about the same number of students met it year over year. But what this does is adds in that green bar. That green bar is the new CCR standard, the GPA and Math Mastery option. So an additional 27% of our grade 10 through 12 students in 23-24 met the CCR standard, for a total of 49.1% of our grade 10 through 12 students met the CCR standard last year. And so next we have the same data broken down into different race and ethnicity groups. So again, this is the percent of students that met the CCR standard in 23-24 by race and ethnicity. And what you see here is that, I guess one of the things I want to point out is that while the overall total proficiency rates for each race and ethnicity group does vary significantly, if you look at just the green section, you'll see that those bars are about the same size in each group, showing that each race and ethnicity group met the new CCR standard at roughly equitable rates. Additionally, one of the other big takeaways here is looking at some of our minority groups, that a greater percentage of students met the CCR standard through that new option. So if we look at the Black and African American students, you'll see that with the orange and blue bar, which would be passing through the interim standard only, there's 9.8% of our Black and African American students who met the interim standard. And then adding in the additional 24% of students who met through the new CCR standard. So it's 3 times as many of our Black and African American 10th through 12th graders met the CCR standard with the change that we adopted last year. Again, then last data slide for now. This looks at the same data, percent of students who met CCR standard 23-24, but this is by service group. So this looks at students with disabilities, students without disabilities, economically disadvantaged students, non-economically disadvantaged students, multilingual learners, non-multilingual learners. Again, you'll see that students, the proficiency rates vary depending on which service group you're in. The size of the green bar is roughly the same. There's more variation in this one. But again, there was a larger impact on some of our specific student service groups, so they increased that more significantly. So if you look at the economically disadvantaged students there, again, adding up the blue and orange, a total of 8.5% of those students met the CCR standard through blue and orange through the interim standard, and then an additional 21% of students met through the new standard, which again is 3 times as many of our economically disadvantaged students met the CCR standard through this option. So now jumping into the policy document that is we're proposing today, and again, talking about the context of this, want to share the benefits of meeting the CCR standard. And so what we have is that coming straight from the blueprint is that students who meet the CCR standard are entitled to be enrolled in credit-bearing courses at community colleges. The community colleges recognize the CCR standard that the state board sets, as well as students who meet the CCR standard are provided access to post-CCR pathways at no cost to the student or student family. And then the last main bullet here comes from the joint policy number 1 that was adopted last year together with AIB, that students who met the CCR standard are entitled to LEAs covering the cost of 2 dual enrollment courses per fall and spring semester. Students and LEAs can both go above and beyond at their own responsibility. Switching over to students who have not yet met the CCR standard, knowing about the benefits and structures for those students who still need to meet the CCR standard. What the blueprint says in the legislation dictates is that the students who have not yet met the CCR standard still shall have initial access to post-CCR pathways, such as developmental co-requisite dual enrollment courses, introductory CTE courses. But then the legislation goes on to say that when AIB determines that blueprint has been fully implemented, we do not expect this to happen before 2027. We defer to AIB on the exact criteria and timeline for that, but when blueprint has been fully implemented, the post-CCR pathways shall be available only to students who have met the CCR standard. So at that point, students who have not yet met the CCR standard will no longer have initial access to the post-CCR pathways. And so everything there that we just discussed is basically restating what the statute says. And then jumping into the last bullet here, initial access. This is a new definition that we are proposing as part of this policy document. This has not been defined in this way before, but to help create uniformity, consistency across the state, all students have the same opportunities. We are proposing initial access be defined as basically the first 2 courses of a CTE program, the first 2 AP or IB courses, or the first 2 dual enrollment, dual credit courses. In that way, the students still have the opportunity to work towards the CCR standard and towards their post-secondary goals. And so with that, I will turn it over now to Richard to also talk about our supports for students who have not yet met the CCR standard.
Thank you, Phil. So additionally, within the CCR process, one of the items that we describe and discuss is the supports for students that have not yet met that CCR standard by the end of 10th grade. And so couple of items. So students that are in the 11th and 12th grades who have not yet met the standard, there are a couple of items that are provided to them in order to meet the standard and get back on track. The first is students would have the right to retake a course in which they've not earned a C or higher. And then additionally, students will have the right to reattempt an assessment that they have not yet scored proficient on. And then starting also in school year 23-24, students in any grade up to and including 10th grade who are not on track to meet CCR by the end of their 10th grade will be provided with appropriate CCR supports to assist the student in meeting the CCR standard as soon as possible. And so a couple of items that we have already developed are the CCR support guides that are proactive for PK through 10, which we've shared in a previous presentation, but then also the responsive guides, right, the reactive ones for students in grades 11 and 12. This is meant to be a starting point. It's meant to be strategies by content area or by content band, while also for PK through 10, beginning to develop a career identity and providing specific instructional strategies that could be utilized within a classroom. Clearly, there needs to be a much broader system than that, and so through the Office of Teaching and Leading, continuing to develop and refine policies around MTSS and other supports, clearly will backfill into this as well. Additionally, our proposed revised math mastery definition, and so to align with the recommendations of Maryland's Launch Task Force and the no longer draft, I suppose, pre-K through 12 mathematics policy, beginning with the graduating class of 2030-31. So this is going to be ninth graders or below in school year 27-28. The math mastery option of college and career readiness standard will need to be updated to define math mastery as one or more of the following achievements. So first, earning a final course grade of A, B, or C in both integrated algebra 1 and integrated algebra 2, or scoring proficient or above on the integrated algebra statewide assessment, or earning a final course grade of A, B, or C in an advanced mathematics pathway course in which integrated algebra is a prerequisite. And so based on the policy and the framework that was passed earlier today, this would be the language that would need to be revised in the current CCR standard. So as we began the work of thinking through some guardrails around how we might create some additive value to the current CCR standard and make sure that every student was provided a way to be assessed of their college and career readiness, we really built around this process 4 guiding principles or guardrails. First, prioritizing equitable opportunities for all students regardless of their situation. Second, ensuring all options to meet the CCR standard are equally rigorous, and so having that comparability between the current rigorous standard that has already been set by this board, and then adding additional components that would allow students to showcase their knowledge or skills in different ways. Third, avoiding opportunities to circumvent the intent of the policy. And then fourth, to ensure alignment with other statewide improvement efforts, including the Accountability and Assessment Task Force and the standards revision processes. And so there are 9 different additional options that we propose to meet the CCR standard. And there is some redlining on this particular document, which indicates the updates or changes that were the result of our previous presentation to a board committee. And so the first option, these would begin in school year 25-26. So this coming August is when these would begin applying. So the first would be earning a 1-year GPA of 3.0 or higher in the 11th or 12th grade year. The GPA is not cumulative of previous years and only includes courses completed in the student's 11th grade or the 12th grade year. The students must also earn a grade of A, B, or C in a high school level math course at any point in the student's high school career. B, earn a grade of C or better unless otherwise specified by a dual enrollment agreement in at least 2 core content dual enrollment or dual credit courses at any point in the student's high school career. One of these courses must be a math course, and one of the courses must also be ELA, science, or social studies. C, meet a performance threshold on at least 2 advanced academics, so AP or IB program assessments at any point in the student's high school career. One of the assessments must be a math assessment, and one of these assessments must also be ELA, science, or social studies. For AP assessments, this means scoring a 3 or higher is required to meet proficiency. For an IB diploma program, that would mean scoring a 4 or higher. D, to meet the college and career readiness benchmarks on the SAT, PSAT, or ACT. And we've defined proficiency on the SAT as a math score of 530, a reading and writing score of 480. And then on the PSAT, National Merit Student Qualifying Test, or the PSA 10, students must earn a score of at least 480 on the reading and writing and earn a score of at least 530 on the math section. And then to meet the college and career readiness benchmarks on the ACT, we've defined that as an 18 on the English section and earn a score of at least 22 on the math section. E, obtain a score of at target on both the math and English language arts, dynamics learning, MAPS alternative assessment. This would be for students with the most significant cognitive disabilities who are already participating in the alternative framework. Again, we wanted to make sure all students had the opportunity to see themselves in meeting this standard, and this is an important population to consider. F, earn a silver or better on the ACT Work Keys, which is a National Career Readiness Certificate assessment. G, earn a state-approved, industry-recognized credential aligned with a career and technical education and/or comprehensive arts pathway. Heard a little bit about comprehensive arts pathways earlier today. H, complete the high school level of a registered apprenticeship program. And then I, earn a score of at least 50 on the ASVAB. And so these are the 9 recommendations that we are moving forward. We went through a series of public comment for these proposed standards. Our standard policy document, we share these with LEA superintendents through Dr. Wright's transmittal with an opportunity to provide feedback. Additionally, multiple meetings with chief academic officers or assistant superintendents of instruction across the state. Share this with CTE leaders and a number of other constituencies. There was 1 or 2 meetings in particular with our LEA CAOs where this was discussed in quite lengthy detail and received quite a bit of in-person feedback that helped us shape the proposals that we have made today. Additionally, the document was shared on MSD's website with a public link for feedback, and then that link was shared widely for people to participate. All in all, we received 269 responses that were submitted through the actual survey. That doesn't count all of the additional in-person feedback that we received with a number of our LEA leaders. And of those 269, our respondents included parents, teachers, students, principals, LEA staff, members of our higher education community, and also members from the business community. And ultimately, the feedback was able to be condensed into these broad buckets. And so between 64 and 92% of respondents supported the inclusion of each of the proposed CCR criteria. Those receiving the highest marks is earning the industry-recognized credential, completion of the high school registered apprenticeship program, earning a grade of C or better in 2 core content dual enrollment or dual credit courses. But each of these received fairly significant marks. And so based on that public comment, these are generally the takeaways that we saw. There was strong support for multiple pathways to college career readiness, including work-based learning, apprenticeship, and non-traditional assessments. Several top suggested new additions included world language proficiency, the ASVAB, and then portfolio work-based learning through like a capstone program. The most frequently mentioned issue was expanding or modifying the GPA criteria, so 1 year versus cumulative GPA, taking a look at eligible courses, considering things like a weighted versus unweighted GPA, and then also the impact on students taking rigorous courses in that 11th or 12th grade year. One of the implementation challenges that persistently came up was needing clearer timelines and guidance on criteria for inclusion. And so which dual enrollment courses, which AP IB courses, which math courses, just a higher degree of specificity through the business rules, which no doubt will follow. Clearer differentiation between college and career readiness, ensuring that students pursuing careers outside of a traditional college pathway are also supported. And so again, making sure that we're meeting the needs of all students. And then equity concerns remain a top priority across the state, especially regarding our ML students, special education students, and then access disparities in different regions and districts across the state of Maryland.
So now jumping back again to the impact and the goals of the policy, bring back the same slide just for a quick second to remind us that last year, 23-24, about 49% of our students met the CCR standard that was adopted at that time. And now here we have a simulation of what the rates would be if our proposed options that we just talked about would have been in place last year in 23-24. And so what this looks at is just 2 of the proposed options, the meeting the performance threshold on 2 AP or IB assessments, and then meeting the college career readiness benchmark on SAT or ACT. And so what we have here on the left bar is the students who, the blue section on the left is students who met the 2024 CCR standard, the option 1, option 2 with the GPA. And then the green section is students who did not meet that 2024 standard, but did meet performance threshold on 2 AP or IB assessments. So what this shows is that an additional 4% of students would have met the CCR standard if this were in place. An additional 692 students in addition to the 16,000 that we have there. On the right, an additional 10% of students would have met the standard if SAT or ACT were an option last year. And come back to the proposal in the document, we are proposing that the implementation timeline for this to go into effect is in this coming fall. So in school year 25-26, students will be able to start working towards all of these different options. We'll run the numbers in summer 2026, and students will be able to have that designation, have those benefits of meeting the standard starting in fall of 26 for the 26-27 school year. And then also the other part, the math mastery component definition will be updated starting for students in grade 9 or below in 27-28, which is the graduating class of 2030-2031. Also in the document is a number of other provisions. MSD is taking responsibility to promising to add additional guidance that we will publish very soon in the coming months to dictate how all of this comes together, what are the other business rules. So with that, we turn over that, again, MSC is requesting that the State Board adopt the proposed document that was submitted, the College Career Readiness Standard Policy Document, version 2.0, which will go into effect for this fall. And with that, we can take any questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Laster and Mr. Kincaid. Open it up for questions or comments from board members. Ms. McCusker.
Thank you for the presentation. Quick clarification question. When you talked about students meeting the standard, having access to APIB coursework, or having the interim access starting in their 11th and 12th grade year, I'm assuming that kids that are taking AP in 9th grade, for example, taking AP Gov, that those aren't going to be limited in any way by the fact that they haven't hit a standard yet because they're not even like old enough to have hit the standard. We're not going to like limit kids AP prior to the CCR standard being like reaching that threshold, right?
No, ma'am. And so when we define what those initial 2 courses in a pathway would be, it's the 2 AP courses or 2 IB courses would fit. And so to your example, your 9th graders that are maybe taking computer science principles and AP government, right?
Right.
These would be 2 courses that they would still be able to continue to take.
Okay, so that's not going to be limited. And the other thing is I want to thank you very much for doing some of the strikeouts. And so you're showing us where the changes are. I find that really helpful in tracking the changes. So thank you for that.
Other questions or comments?
Yeah.
Mr. Crawford.
Well, again, thank you very much for the fine work. One of the things that we just talked about in the committee was being this is new. So we're breaking new ground, and again, just asking, and you guys were in full support of us, just monitoring unintended consequences. So we have a series of things that we're going to do for children that fail to meet the CCR standard, and again, just looking to see and monitor how that plays out. Do we see changes in absenteeism or graduation rates? And then I think also what Dr. Lawson just suggested again was being mindful of cost. So as you're finding things, keep us apprised. And as the president said, we'll be modifying as we continue to implement. We'll be making wise adjustments going forward. And again, thank you so much for the work.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Other questions or comments? I have a question. Dr. Mueller McCarthy, go ahead.
I remain concerned about students with disabilities, and I don't have a clear understanding of what supports are going to be put in place. And this is probably me, but a lot of times these are the students that really know how to do things mechanically, but you ask them to do school and it just doesn't work. So are they not going to be able to take CTE courses until they meet the CCR standard? Because that's kind of a death knell. That's a very disenfranchising, disengaging thing that can happen to this population of learners who are bright, but not necessarily by the books.
And I appreciate the question, and I know it's something that my team and our CTE teams across the state take very seriously to make sure that all students are able to see themselves in a program. Just like the AP courses, those initial 2 courses within a CTE pathway are open, regardless of meeting that CTE standard. The way that we've defined them is that introductory component. What happens after 2027, I think, could be anybody's guess, and I think we have to continue to monitor and revise to make sure that students aren't left out of this particular process. As a CTE guy, I'm pretty excited about the additional opportunities that we're now providing to students, though, because as they are moving into a CTE pathway, they now have multiple opportunities. Maybe they don't take a state assessment very well, but maybe they can get into a CTE class and it's their passion, like they obsess over it, and they do really well on an industry-recognized credential exam. That's now a pathway to show college and career readiness. And so my hope is that the way that we have designed this very intentionally gives students additional ways to be assessed.
And I appreciate that explanation, and thank you. And I just hope that when we're talking about industry-recognized certifying exams, that this population of learners has the accommodations that they need to access those exams. Because without them, it could be a problem, like for reading.
Yep, noted.
Mr. Greer.
I just want to build on the thing that you're saying, Dr. Miller McCarthy. I want to also say, or call back to the thing that you said, Dr. Michael, earlier about this policy plus the literacy policy plus the math policy coming back, and we're looking at it and looking at its impact over time. I really like the slide 20 that does the simulation. I'd like to keep seeing that slide repeatedly across all of the different access points. And I'd like to see it cut by service area and by race so that we can continue to see the impact and then just make midterm corrections as we go. I think we are, to Mr. Crawford's point, doing something new. We're pushing the envelope here, and I think that that requires this board to keep looking at that data and to make sure that we are not cutting students out of access that actually deserve to have that, and we just keep dialing up or dialing back some of these pieces. So applaud the work. Thank you. Let's get to work then.
Great. Other questions? All right. Mr. Crawford, can you talk to us about the recommendation from the committee?
Sure, absolutely. Presentation was made to the Ed Transformation and Finance Committee, and the committee unanimously recommended bringing to the board with a recommendation to adopt the policy with the amendments that have been incorporated.
Great. All right. State Superintendent is requesting us to adopt the revised college and career readiness standard policy. Is there a motion at this time? Mr. Crawford, is there a second? Mr. Greer, is there further discussion on the policy at this time? Okay, and we'll call the question. We'll do a roll call again on the policy. Ms. Chang? Yes. Okay. Mr. Chesterfield? Yes. Mr. Clash?
Yes.
Mr. Crawford?
Yes.
Mr. Gadam? Yes. Mr. Greer?
Yes.
Dr. Johnson is absent. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Dr. Mueller McCarthy? Ms. McCusker?
Yes.
Ms. Medina?
Yes.
Mr. Paul? Oh, absent. Thank you. Dr. Goldson?
Yes.
And I'm yes as well. All right, passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Great. With that, we are prepared to move to the COMAR portion, to several COMAR items. We're going to start with COMAR 13A 0308, Students at Risk for Reading Difficulties. This is a companion regulation, or the updates here, with literacy policy that we passed in the fall. With that, I'll turn it to Dr. Wright to introduce staff.
Yes, you have at the table Dr. Tanette Smith and Ms. Christina Rodriguez, who will walk you through what we are proposing, and we are requesting that the State Board grant permission to publish amendments to the regulations under COMAR 13A 0308, Students at Risk for Reading Difficulties.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Michael, Dr. Goldson, and members of the State Board. It is my great pleasure to introduce Ms. Christina Rodriguez. She serves as the Manager of Literacy Programs and Initiatives in the Division of Instructional Programs and Services. Ms. Rodriguez brings a deep commitment to ensuring that all Maryland students have equitable access to high-quality literacy instruction grounded in the science of reading, while ensuring that the materials that they use are culturally responsive and linguistically affirming across the continuum of learning. So this afternoon, she'll provide a review of that COMAR, Dr. Wright just mentioned, 13.0308, Students at Risk for Reading Difficulties. Christina.
Thank you so much. So the purpose of today is to focus on permission to publish all these revisions. So to begin, I wanted to give you a bit of a background on the original COMAR 13A 0308. It was adopted by the State Board on June 22nd in 2021, and it was adopted in an effort to implement the Ready to Read Act, or the Maryland Education Code 4-126, which was passed by the Maryland State Legislature during the 2019 legislative season. I know you normally like to see revisions in the documents. I was only able to provide you the old and the new version just because the amount of revisions we were making in the document would have made this almost unreadable. So we will go through all of the changes to help you with that. But for right now, we were unable to give you a track changes copy. Overall, there were a few different purposes of repealing and replacing the original COMAR 13A 0308. The first reason was to align COMAR to various other policies. Just like Dr. Wright mentioned, I believe, we wanted to align it to the Board Resolution 2401, and we also wanted to ensure that it was aligned to the Pre-K to 3 Comprehensive Literacy Policy. This is going to ensure clarity and remove any portions that provide conflicting guidance that exist in the already in use regulations. The second rationale was to strengthen accountability and ensure that there's alignment with current best practices in reading instruction all over the state. We wanted to ensure that the purpose of COMAR 13A 0308 is on early identification, intervention, and accountability systems for students at risk for reading difficulties. So by doing this, we can ensure that all students receive the structured, evidence-based literacy instruction necessary to become proficient readers. So as I mentioned, I'm going to continue on through this slideshow by outlining the differences between the original 2021 COMAR and the proposed revised COMAR 13A 0308. And I'm going to move section by section if that's easier for you. So the first section we're going to focus on today is Section 3, Student Screening. And when we were revising this section, we really wanted to ensure that we were expanding coverage to more students. In the original COMAR, screening was required for all kindergarten students, but only for identified students in grades 1 through 3 who showed signs of reading difficulties. The original COMAR did not clearly stipulate the number of times a year a student should be screened, and it only stated that the student will be screened in accordance with the screener and that the schedule would be established by the LEA. The proposed COMAR expand screening to all students in kindergarten through 3rd grade, ensuring early identification and intervention for every student, not just those already exhibiting challenges. It also requires screening 3 times per year, specifically fall, winter, and spring, to track progress and to identify new challenges as they appear early on in the school year. It also ensures uniformity by mandating that all screening take place within the first 60 days of the school year. Oh, wrong button. The focus in the revisions for Section 4, Screening Instruments and Delivery, was to standardize the tools and the personnel that would be used for this assessment. In the original COMAR, that it allowed for broad discretion. LEAs had broad discretion in selecting screening instruments. That led to inconsistencies in how reading difficulties were identified across the state and what it meant to have a challenge in reading. Some school districts may have used high-quality research-based tools, while others may have relied on less effective or outdated assessments, and this creates an equity gap in early intervention. Without state-approved criteria, some LEAs may have chosen screeners that don't comprehensively assess foundational reading skills, as in the science of reading. The proposed revision of COMAR will mandate MSDE-approved screening instruments that specifically assess all of the areas of the science of reading: phonological awareness, phonemic awareness, sound symbol recognition, decoding, fluency, and rapid automatic naming. It also limits the administration of screeners to be trained school personnel in the actual screener, including classroom teachers, reading specialists, school psychologists, speech-language pathologists, and other trained educators. In Section 5, Screening Data and Supplemental Instruction, this was a longer section, so there are a lot of revisions in this one. The focus originally is to target interventions for struggling readers. We want to make sure that we are providing them the support that they need once they are identified. In the original COMAR, yes, it required supplemental instruction, but it lacked clarity and that standardization that a lot of districts were needing support in. The proposed revision will introduce diagnostic surveys, which are a tool that is used once a student is identified as at risk in a screener. The diagnostic survey will determine the specific areas of reading difficulty. This will drive that supplemental reading instruction, which will be evidence-based, data-driven, and aligned with specific areas of deficit. This tool is meant to dive deeper into the information that is collected from the screener. Additionally, the proposed COMAR requires student reading improvement plans, and these are for students who are identified as at risk. A personalized plan must be developed within 30 days of each identified student, for each identified student, and the SRIP will include a lot of things, among them specific interventions aligned with the student's needs, frequency and intensity of instruction, and regular progress monitoring. This will ensure that supplemental reading instruction occurs during the school day and aligns with a multi-tiered system of supports. Additionally, the proposed COMAR will require LEAs to provide parents or guardians with written descriptions as to how their child has been identified as having reading difficulties, and must include an invitation to collaborate, just like we mentioned in the pre-K to 3 comprehensive literacy policy, which I know you're all very familiar with. Additionally, progress monitoring will determine whether interventions should be adjusted. That's also required. As I mentioned, this section is particularly long, so we also wanted to ensure that the multi-tiered system of support was defined in a way that all districts could implement it uniformly. So in the original COMAR, it included MTSS only once in its entirety, mentioning that the local school system may revise supplemental instruction based upon progress monitoring, and that students' placement in an appropriate multi-tiered system of support. So our proposed revision includes a lot more specificity. We included an MTSS framework that ensures that all students receive appropriate academic and behavioral support. we included that students identified at risk will receive interventions, and then we continued to define each tier of intervention. We had noticed that when reading comprehensive literacy plans, tiered instruction looked different depending on what district you were in, and that causes equity gaps. Tier 1 is going to focus on, or must focus on, core instruction aligned with grade level standards. That also does include differentiated Tier 1 instruction. Tier 2 instruction is supplemental instruction for students who are not making sufficient progress. And Tier 3 steps that up to intensive individualized interventions based on persistent learning needs. We foresee that when we are creating the guidance document that will align with the revision, it will include more specific examples and tools that districts can use in identifying their tiered instruction and their systems. Finally, in Section 5, we wanted to clarify the need of screening for students with disabilities, and the focus was to strengthen considerations for students with IEPs. Originally, the COMAR exempted students with an IEP that included reading goals, from any additional screening. This exclusion could have potentially impacted a student with an IEP to not have access to Tier 2 or Tier 3 instruction outside of their special education services, and could have made it difficult for teachers to differentiate Tier 1 instruction to meet the specific needs of a student with an IEP. Our proposed revision ensures that students with an IEP receive appropriate screening and intervention in addition to their IEP services. We want to ensure that, yes, the word appropriate is in there. If a screening tool is not appropriate for a student, you obviously would not administer it. It also mandates that IEP teams review those screening results to determine whether an SRIP is necessary, but also to take the data that was collected in the screening and or the diagnostic tool and possibly apply that to the student's IEP. It would not be we talked about this earlier, it would not be two different documents. They would not have an IEP and a student reading improvement plan, but instead would focus on how they could enhance the IEP to match what would be included in a student reading improvement plan if they had one created. Additionally, I want to make sure I cover that. The proposed COMAR explicitly states that the new regulations will not delay or deny any necessary evaluations under IDEA. So if a student is screened and is in tiered instruction, they do have access to the processes that are necessary to receive an IEP. And if students have an IEP, they do have all of the processes to also receive Tier 2 and Tier 3 instruction. In Section 6, we actually did not make any revisions. The progress monitoring that was included in the original is already aligned with what is included in the comprehensive literacy policy. And finally, Section 7, we wanted to focus on enhancing accountability and transparency. So the original COMAR required only general data submission on screened students. Local school systems needed to submit an annual report to MSDE by July 1. And seeing as this deadline came shortly after the end of the school year, we noticed that some districts were not able to utilize the data for real decision-making. Due to that, our proposed COMAR focuses on the annual report to be submitted to MSDE by September 1, allowing them to have that additional time to really dive into the data and ensure that their instruction for the following school year is aligned to that information. It also aligns to the pre-K-3 literacy policy, which it also requires a report to be submitted to MSDE on September 1 as well. Additionally, the data must be disaggregated by grade level, race, disability status, multilingual learner status, and eligibility for free and reduced priced meals. Finally, these are just overall revisions. The implementation timeline that we are considering is a two-part process. The first, in the next school year, 25-26, we would expand screening. We don't foresee this being an issue because a lot of our LEAs are already screening 3 times a year and already screening all students. We noticed that the districts, the very few districts that were not doing this, were screening all of their students, but not reporting for all of their students. So we don't foresee that being an issue. The full implementation and all other changes would be in this 26-27 school year, which aligns with the pre-K to 3 comprehensive policy in all of the other aspects that should be implemented. Finally, you'll find that the only aspect of the pre-K to 3 comprehensive literacy policy that is missing from this revision is the promotion and retention. And that's because, sorry, I want to make sure I'm giving you the right one. The retention and promotion policy, or the section, is actually, it lives in MD Code Education 7-202, minimal levels of reading ability. So that would be an entirely different revision process. And I think that is all I have for you today.
Great, thank you very much. All right, so we are at the permission to publish stage on this document. Ms. McCusker, do we have a recommendation from, an update from the committee on this regulation?
Yes, the committee considered the COMAR had presentation and unanimously recommends permission to publish.
Okay. Are there questions or comments from board members? Questions? Any others? Dr. Mealy McCarthy?
No, I just look forward to comments from the public because we always make things better. I am very happy with this, but I think probably there are things that other people see that we might have missed, and so I look forward to see what the public comments are.
Great. Any further questions? All right, if not, I'll entertain a motion. State Superintendent's requesting that we grant permission to publish amendments to COMAR 13A 0308, Students at Risk for Reading Difficulties. Ms. McCusker, is there a second? Dr. Lewis, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, thank you very much. All right, our next item on the agenda is COMAR 13A 120104, issuance and types of licenses, as well as 13A 120402 licenses for specialists, 13A 120502 licenses for administrators and supervisors. Dr. Ray, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, and once again, we have Kelly Meadows at the table, and I am requesting the State Board grant permission to publish amendments to regulations under COMAR 13A 120104, issuance and types of licenses, 13A 120402, licenses for specialists, 13A 120502, licenses for administrators and supervisors. Permission to publish amendments. Ms. Meadows, you're on.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So as a reminder, any regulations regarding teacher licensure or teacher preparation are promulgated by both this board as well as the Professional Standards for Teacher Education Board, or PSTAB. These regulations come before you after the Professional Standards Board has voted to grant permission to publish. Should the State Board of Education make amendments to what the Professional Standards Board proposes during their meeting, it reinitiates the promulgation process. So today, this could very well happen, which is why I'm putting it out there. So when this board makes an amendment, it reinitiates that process, and then this board becomes the initiating board. So although the Professional Standards Board did initiate these, we may find ourselves in a situation today where the State Board is going to kind of take over that initiation piece, and it will go back to the Professional Standards Board. As I'm bringing it to you today, they will review those amendments, and then they will make a decision whether or not to move forward. Both boards have to agree to grant permission to publish in order for teacher licensure or teacher preparation regulations to move forward. So with that being said, the Professional Standards Board over the past several months has shared concerns at their meetings about the change to the regulations that occurred in April 2024 with the repeal and replacement of the licensure regulations. One of the requirements that we actually carried over from the previous regulations was that all specialists and all administrators need to come to the table with a 3-credit special education course to receive professional licensure. What non-public schools and public school systems specifically are reporting is that they are finding it difficult to hire an individual with that 3-credit special education course, especially specialist areas. And they have talked at length about school social workers in particular when it comes to this problem. You should know that historically, specialists could receive conditional licensure in this situation, but with the new regulations, that is no longer an option. So what the Professional Standards Board asked MSDE to do is to carve out a regulation that allows specialists and administrators to be granted the temporary professional license, which is a 2-year credential for that temporary time for the sole purpose of getting that 3-credit special education course. And so those are the regulations that originally came to the Education Policy Committee meeting. That committee heard those amendments, were uncomfortable with the broad scope of allowing that temporary professional license to be issued to any specialist or any administrator in that position, and asked MSDE to make further amendments, which is before you today. And so those amendments specifically carve out this ability to issue the temporary professional license to school social workers, which is a type of specialist, but does not broaden it to include all specialists and all administrators. So again, the language before you is very narrow in scope, in that if you are applying for licensure as a school social worker, so that means that you have your license from the Department of Health, you've gone through a social worker program, you still need that 3-credit special education course. An employer can give you that temporary professional credential. You can go take that course, and then when you're finished taking that course, you can advance to that professional license. So that is the language that you see before you today. One other thing I'll note in these regulations, MSDE did take the opportunity when we were putting these together to make a couple clarification corrections to the regulations. So if you take a look at the second page, you're going to see one of 3 amendments where what we've done is we've really tried to clarify the language with regard to experience and the type of experience you need to advance a credential. What we were hearing from across the state from our licensure partners was confusion about if you had, and I'm going to use myself as an example. Let's say I have a license and my license is in school counseling as well as in special education. And I go through an induction period, and so I'm able to advance to a professional license from an initial professional license as a special educator. The question was, well, do I get to carry my school counselor endorsement with me, because I don't have the induction for school counseling, I only had the induction for special education. That can happen with years of experience too. It was never the intention for us to drop endorsements off a credential when one advances. So the other language that you're going to see amended today clarifies that. It removes some verbiage so that it is clear to our licensure partners that when you advance, you take all of your endorsements with you.
All right, excellent. Are there any questions? Well, let me ask Ms. McCusker, a recommendation from the committee?
The committee did not advance a recommendation because we needed clarification, particularly surrounding whether it be broad to everyone or just specific to social workers. So you provided the information, and it now will go to the full board without recommendation.
Great. And for anybody who wants to just make sure, it's a little cryptic if we're just reading. Can you walk us through 13A 120402C, and just for the public and for us, tell us what if an applicant under regulation .11 of this chapter means in
Absolutely.
common language?
Yes. So this is the specialist chapter that you're looking at, 02. And what this basically does is it points to regulation 11 in chapter 2, which is the school social worker regulation. So when we say 11, that is specifically what we're pointing to.
Okay. Great. You got that, Mr. Crawford?
Yes, sir.
All right. All All right, are there other questions on these? So we don't have a recommendation, but I believe we have things clarified, that questions that were addressed in the committee. Okay, great. Further questions or clarification? Process, so one more time, so this has been, where will this go next?
It depends. So the Professional Standards Board approved permission to publish the broader amendments. So if this board chooses to vote to publish these amendments that are more narrow in scope, you're basically starting the promulgation process
Okay,
over.
so we'll send it back to PISTEP.
Yep.
If they approve it, then it will go out for public comment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. All right, so is there a motion on one or the other? Let's see. Ms. McCusker.
I move that we give permission to publish to the amended version.
Okay. Is there a second? Dr., we'll go with Ms. Medina. Is there further discussion? Just noting here that this means this will go back to PISTEB before it goes out to public comment. Okay. With that, then we'll call the vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? All right. We'll send it back to our friends at PISTEB. Tell them we said hi. And thank you. All right. Okay. Let's see. Okay. All right. What time we got? 2:51. Let's, Mr. Hands, if you're okay with it, I think we should just go ahead and take the other COMAR, knock it out, we'll take a break, and then we'll do the arts. All right. We're going to go to, and do we have everybody here for that? Great. Okay. We're going to go to item Q on our agenda. Request for consideration of alterations to COMAR 13A 0502 13 Local Public Agency Administration. All right. I am going to turn to Mr. Hands on this to provide a brief explanation on process. This is a unique process in terms of how this item came to us, and just some information from our executive director on this.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Michael, members of the board. I'm going to speak briefly about the process for this item before turning it over to Dr. Hickman and Ms. Meadows to explain the recommendation from the department. So a member of the public has petitioned the state board to consider changing current regulations. This is an opportunity afforded to members of the public in state law. This board has 60 days to either grant the petition and initiate procedures to alter the regulation, or to deny the request. And it's been about 30 days since we received the initial request. In this particular instance, a member of the public petitioned the state board to amend COMAR 13A 050213, which governs the reimbursement of initial licensure fees for audiologists and speech language pathologists. Specifically, the constituent seeks to have the regulation expanded to include a requirement that local education agencies reimburse fees related to criminal history record checks required for licensure by the State Board of Examiners for audiologists, hearing aid dispensers, speech language pathologists, and music therapists that is embedded at the Maryland Department of Health. At this time, I will turn it over to Dr. Hickman and Ms. Meadows to explain why the department is recommending that the board deny this requested change to COMAR.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We've done a little research and determined that we should deny the petition to expand the COMAR to include the background check or reimbursement due to the significant financial burden that it would cost on the local districts. Currently, there are approximately, it would be $60 for the background screening, and currently the cost would total around $96,000 for the SLPs and audiologists that are currently in the state of Maryland. We've found out that in our research that all the LEAs that are currently reimbursed for the licensure in accordance with COMAR, and only 5 out of the 24 LEAs currently reimbursed for background check fees in addition to licensing fees required by the licensing board. And so due to the burden that it would put on LEAs, we recommend that you deny this request.
Okay. All right. Do we have a recommendation from the committee? Ms. McCusker.
The committee did not come forth with a recommendation. We sought some clarification on the impact prior to the board's consideration, so we do not have a firm recommendation.
Okay. We do have a recommendation from the state superintendent requesting that we deny the petition to consider changes to COMAR 13A 0502 13 local public agency administration. We'll take a couple quick comments and then. Okay. Dr. Lewis?
Just move with the superintendent's recommendation.
Great. Dr. Lewis, is there a second? Ms. McCusker, is there further discussion on this item? All right, let's call the vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? All right, it's unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we're going to take a break. Then we're going to come back with our comprehensive arts update at 3:05. bring us back for our comprehensive arts update. Pleased to call on Dr. Wright to introduce our staff for the presentation.
Absolutely. And at the table, you have Dr. Jeanette Smith, who oversees the arts programs here, and you have our very own Ms. Lizzie Devereaux, who has been just amazing in this whole arts world that we live in, and you couldn't find a more enthusiastic soul for arts in Maryland, and we're blessed to have her. So I'll turn it over to you, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. It is, I'm so privileged to introduce Lizzie Devereaux, Director of our Comprehensive Arts Education Program here at the State Department. She oversaw all of the arts today, all of our students who came in, and has worked with her team to make sure that we have new art installations, and she'll talk a little bit more about that. As we observe Arts Education Month, we are reminded of the profound impact that the arts have on academic achievement, student engagement, and the cultivation of creativity and critical thinking. So in the words of former U.S. Secretary of Education Arne Duncan, the arts can no longer be treated as a frill. Arts education is essential to stimulating the creativity and innovation that will prove critical to young Americans as they compete in a global economy. So Ms. Devereaux will now provide an update on the department's ongoing efforts to strengthen and expand access to high-quality comprehensive arts education for all Maryland students.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wright and Dr. Smith, for those great introductions. And thank you to the board members for both carving out time on your agenda today for celebrating the arts in multiple ways, and for being so welcoming of our student artists and performers and their families over the course of the day today. So I'm going to walk you through what our team's been working on. I'll share with you some COMAR updates on the arts, and I'll talk with you about our Arts Pathways work. And of course, we will close out just by continuing to acknowledge and elevate our student artists and performers, as you've been doing from the start of the day. So first of all, I'd like to acknowledge the full comprehensive arts branch. I have seated behind me Mateen Milan, who's coordinator of comprehensive arts. I serve as director, and Stacy McPherson is the operations coordinator who supports the arts branch. And the three of us have kept busy with the areas of work that you see here on the slide, keeping at the center of our work, ensuring that our students themselves have access to high-quality arts education throughout their pre-K to 12 years of study. And a lot of that has to do with organizing the adults and leading professional learning to deliver that high-quality arts instruction. Also in the realm of just putting on the regulatory hat, we support accountability for our COMAR, bless you, for programs in fine arts. And finally, we also manage our arts grant funds, which include the Fine Arts Initiative Grant and the Maggie McIntosh Grant, both of which are state funds. So before we dive into arts education and the classrooms themselves, I'd like to just sort of zoom out a little bit and share about a little bit about the Maryland arts landscape overall. Maryland ranks highly against national benchmarks. We are third in public support for the arts, which includes both state and federal funding for the arts. We're ranked fifth, and we have been for multiple years, in overall arts vibrancy, which is a metric that takes into account supply, which is arts organizations and artists in the state, as well as that public support and demand for the arts. So the contributions they make to the economy, which I'll turn to now a little bit more in depth. Maryland has a thriving creative economy. The arts contribute nearly $13 billion to the state annually, and it includes over 80,000 jobs within the arts in the state. And so, of course, given this thriving creative economy, we want to make sure, as we look at the schools themselves, that our schools are preparing our students for this vibrant economy. And Maryland, thankfully, has a strong track record within arts education. We have over 5,800 arts educators who are busy each year teaching many arts classes across the state. Our arts courses reach almost every single school in the state of Maryland. That equates to a student arts access rate of nearly 100%. So when you look at that nationally, it stacks up impressively. Within the state of Maryland, only about 0.1% of Maryland students attend schools that do not have arts classes, and that 0.1% in Maryland compares with 3.9% nationally. Again, so within Maryland schools, we're starting from a strong place in arts education, and you'll hear me echo this. We want to make sure that we maintain and improve that arts education landscape going forward. That nearly 100% access rate is a little bit lower for the arts enrollment rate. This is students choosing to sign up for arts classes. It's still strong at 84% student enrollment in the arts. But we do see a downward trend from 99% enrollment in the elementary grades, and it gradually drops to 55% in the high school grades, which I'll address a little bit later in the presentation as well when we turn to our arts pathways. So let's turn now to our arts educators across the state. We've captured some trends in arts staffing here over the past 5 years. There's been a slight uptick overall, a percent increase of about 4% over the past 5 years in arts staffing across the state. You'll see in the breakdown by arts discipline on the left side of the slide that our largest arts disciplines of music and visual arts sort of mirror that slight uptick, 3 to 4% increase across over the past 5 years. Our smaller arts disciplines, dance, media arts, and theater, are making gains. Now, I should just note that those numbers are much smaller, so you will see larger percent increases in that time, but it's encouraging to see that all of those smaller arts disciplines are adding arts staff and growing over the past 5 years. I would like to draw your attention to an undesirable trend that you see on the right side of the slide. You do see there are 25% of LEAs, 6 LEAs, who have decreased their art staffing between 2020 and 2024. In one LEA, that includes a drop of staffing that's nearly a quarter, a 25% drop in the number of arts teachers employed in that district. So we do need to keep track of that. I'd like to shift now to our COMAR. I know you heard this morning from Ames in the stakeholder engagement session a little bit about the COMAR for programs in fine arts already. So I won't talk through many details on this slide. However, I would like to note that, again, as compared nationally, our regulations for arts education in Maryland are robust. They are strong. And I'd like to particularly point out that they cover all 5 of our arts disciplines. Many states do not have arts regulations that take note of media arts, which is our fastest growing arts discipline. And in addition to that, I think it's important to note the language of mandating instructional programs in fine arts for all students pre-K through 12th grade. And that calls for dedicated time allotment to the arts. It calls for standards-aligned instruction in the arts and provision by LEAs of curricular materials to support those classes. I'd like to share a summary of how our schools and LEAs are doing in meeting these robust regulations. So the subsection .03 of our COMAR calls for local superintendents to certify to the state superintendent how well they are meeting the COMAR regulations that were outlined on the prior slide. This happens every 5 years. The last certification submission was due at the end of 2024 in December, and You'll see on the slides, this is capturing that submission information. 22 of 24 LEAs have submitted the forms to date. Of those 22, only 5 LEAs are meeting all COMAR requirements across all arts disciplines and all arts grades, and all grade bands. I've gone ahead and broken the results down by discipline on the left side of the slide. So again, you'll note that music and visual art, they're meeting COMAR for music and visual art across grade bands. However, for the smaller arts disciplines, they lag behind, particularly in dance, where only 6 LEAs that have submitted are meeting the full COMAR requirements. I'd also like to note on the other side of the slide in the grade band breakdown, in our middle school years, I think it's notable that, again, only 27% of the LEAs who've submitted that form so far are meeting COMAR for arts within the middle school years, which calls for being able to specialize in arts disciplines. And I think in my mind, as we sort of shift, I'll be shifting towards our high school secondary pathways in a moment, and that middle school data point stands out to me as really a linchpin in trying to address the drop in student enrollment from 99% in elementary grades down to 55% in the high school grades. So our team will be focusing our efforts on supporting LEAs and building out robust programming in the middle school years to help students really find that trajectory from elementary into high school and all the way through high school if they are interested in the arts. So since I stepped into this role in July of 2023, our team has been busy developing secondary arts pathways. I think the most notable component of this slide is really, we want to capture here that what you'll see as the proposed arts pathways are a result of a lot of collaborative work. We have been working to listen and collect data. We have been working with our arts supervisors across the state to develop these arts pathways. And we have been working across MSDE as well with members of the Office of College and Career Pathways and Richard Kincaid's team, as well as members of the mathematics branch and the advanced academics branch, to name a few. And before I share the proposal for the arts pathways themselves, I just want to capture why it's important that we have some guidance at the state level around arts pathways. First of all, there's a common misconception that the arts are not in the blueprint. And I know that you have heard already today that, in fact, the arts are named explicitly in blueprint legislation by our COMAR code. In addition to being mandated by COMAR and an explicit part at the federal level of a well-rounded education, the arts remain not only important because they're named in the blueprint legislation, but also important, as I've heard a few board members today mention, important to the goals of the Pillar 3 college and career readiness for the blueprint. The arts are really a key component of a well-rounded education and helping our students thrive throughout their years in school. And in addition to blueprint in the arts, the fine arts graduation requirement only includes 1 credit, and it's important for us to outline what it looks like for students who are interested in taking arts throughout high school beyond that 1 credit requirement. Also, again, echoing the drop in student enrollment, we know anecdotally that this does not mirror, the drop in student enrollment does not mirror a drop in student interest. And I think that you've heard from a number of high school students today, and you've gotten to hear through their music as well, how important the arts are to them. We want to make sure that we are trying to address the systemic barriers that are contributing to that drop in student enrollment in the arts. Some of the challenges that we've heard echoed across the state include scheduling challenges, especially students with competing priorities, and the challenges of large ensemble scheduling as well, the logistics. Also, deprioritization of the arts. We've heard echoed again and again by school leaders, by school counselors and career counselors. And often this is unintentional. It's just that the arts tend to be an afterthought in some of those spaces. And I've mentioned the staffing challenges for the smaller arts disciplines. On the screen here is the proposed secondary arts pathways overview, which includes the arts courses that would be taken, a focus in a specific arts discipline, and also beyond those courses, an additional requirement, whether an arts capstone or participation in a county or regional show or exhibition or performance, or an arts-aligned industry-recognized credential fitting the arts within that career and technical education space. Our guidance also includes sample student schedules. We've mapped out a few of those to ensure that it's clear that the arts are part of the blueprint and aligned to the blueprint. This is just one. It's a general sample schedule that applies to any of the arts disciplines. Our guidance does break it down more specifically, including sample schedules that align with college preparatory arts pathways and CTE arts pathways. And the schedules do show the ways in which this fulfills COMAR requirements for graduation, as well as filling arts pathway requirements. And finally, I just wanted to highlight some of our key points in developing these arts pathways. First of all, we've prioritized scheduling the arts at the beginning of high school. We know how tough 9th grade year is and how much the research points to that being a pivotal year for successful high school graduation. And the arts have proven benefits, as Dr. Smith and Dr. Wright have mentioned, whether it's increased attendance or increased academic achievement as well. And in addition, we also, in the development of these pathways, both supported the new and expanded options for CTE arts pathways, but also of note within college preparatory guidance, we've both outlined what currently exists. There are many AP options within the visual arts space that can be supportive of media arts as well. However, it's important to note that our guidance will be asking LEAs to identify and help define advanced options for performing arts which do not have any AP course options available to them. There is an AP music theory class which is not a music performing class. So that will be an additional guidance and step for these arts pathways going forward. And finally, I just want to close out with the students themselves. Thank you for again, welcoming them into the boardroom today and helping to honor the incredible artistic work and of our students, both the artists and performers across the state. I'm happy to take any questions if there's time.
Great. Thank you very much. Questions from board members? Mr. Clash.
Yes. Thank you for that rich presentation. It's really, really insightful. I was a music major, so I'm excited about hearing about all of this. And I'm also wondering to what degree AI is being integrated into some of this. Just wondering.
That's a great question. At the state level, I don't know that we have a specific response on AI within the arts. I will share that our LEA, some of our LEAs have already developed guidance. In particular, Prince George's has developed arts guidance for AI. It's part of their local policy, and that has come up as part of our, many of our supervisors have expressed interest in having more collective time to work on AI guidance within the arts.
Gotcha. I want to make sure I'm clear. I mean, like, folks that are learning digital art, like learning to. Is that what you're saying?
So the AI guidance okay. It actually covers beyond just visual arts, but yes, especially within the visual arts, the person who drafted that policy in Prince George's County is coordinator for visual arts. So that's within, generation of images, et cetera, and ethics around that and the ways to approach that in the classroom.
Other questions? Comments? Ms. McCusker.
You knew I was going to say something. I just want to, I want to lift the importance of the middle school component. We kind of, as an elementary person, we look at what we do as we kind of catch them. We put the reel out there and we catch them and we give them the bug. We teach them to blow into that trumpet and make a noise that doesn't sound like an elephant after a while, Like, those are the things we do. Our young artists, they catch that bug and we give them opportunities for success. And then if they aren't allowed to continue building those skills in middle school and don't have strong opportunities in middle school and strong programming, then they don't get the challenge that moves them to the next level, and so therefore they find something else to challenge them, and then we lose them. And that's one of the things that is harming our high school programs and dropping our high school programs. And some of that is access, because scheduling is sometimes a real barrier, because if you don't have a kid playing their instrument all year, if they're trying to do like a half-year program or 4 mod programs, and this also happens on the high school level, scheduling can be a real barrier, because if kids are not honing those skills consistently, when it drops off, if they try to go back in and they've lost that mastery, they're not doing as well as their peers, and so they drop it because they think they're no good, or they don't belong there, or other kid, So the scheduling component is really important to maintaining strong programs and giving kids those opportunities. That 9th grade year is so important, because if they don't transition from middle school into the high school level challenge, make those friends, make those circles of people, older kids. That's one of the other things that I think people underestimate. When kids join a performing ensemble or they go into an arts class that has upperclassmen, they're making friends not just with the kids in their level, but they're getting mentors at the older grades, and that gives them a sense of belonging in their community and gives them a sense of belonging at the school. It gives them someone to help them in their other classes. I can't tell you how often I saw kids sitting in the hallway in my kids' high school before band practice, because the marching band was after school, so they stay after because they don't have a ride to and from, and they're sitting down with the upperclassmen, and they're getting help with their algebra, and they're getting help with their English and their science and everything else that they take. These programs are so essential, and we have to get rid of these scheduling barriers that stop kids from being involved, because it's not just about them being good at their instrument or being great at drawing. All of the things that the brain does while they're doing these artistic endeavors only strengthen their ability to excel in the academic coursework that we so badly want to see their achievement. So that's a really important thing, and I'm so glad that that's where you're going to focus, because middle school is such an important bridge, and kids are so awkward in middle school, and it's hard to fit in, and it's hard to get to know other kids. But if you're a 6th grader who made it into an ensemble, the jazz ensemble at your middle school, you've got some friends in 8th grade now, right? And you belong, and you're something. So thank you for bringing that and lifting that, because I think it's crucial. I really appreciate it. And I loved the performers we had today. So exciting, so wonderful. But remember that kids that are performing at that level started in kindergarten, learning how to keep a beat. There was some really strong middle school teacher that reeled them in and made them prepared for what you saw on the high school level today. The arts isn't a one-year thing. It is a lifelong thing. And it continues into their higher education. As a mom of a kid who marches, he's kind of socially, he found his people in the marching band. That's where they are, and he's accepted. And that's what happens to so many kids. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Keep up the great work. It is so essential and so important. And thank you to the board for the space to bring this to light today.
Thank you, Ms. McCusker.
Thank you, Ms. McCusker. Dr. Mealy McCarthy.
thank you for this. I appreciate it, but my thank you has to be directed at Ms. McCusker. I love your passion. You have taught me so much, and I love that you are a champion for the arts on the board, because it goes right over to MSDE. It helps us understand, and it helps the public understand the importance. So thank you for that advocacy.
Ms. Chang.
Thank you so much for our board members and for your hard working on this. Yeah, I would just try to send out some message, for students involved in the arts program, not just benefit themselves in academic or in their growth and self-esteem, but they give back to the community. That's how I see it. Yeah, I have 3 boys. Yeah, when they're in school, play bands or different instruments. They always kind of perform and engage themselves in different community events. Yeah, I see it as valuable, to not just show off their talent, but, reach out to community and a sense of belongings and helping out. I think that kind of little seeds kind of plant in their brain, in their heart, and give a long way. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Chang.
Thank you.
Questions, comments? I have a question. So if we can, I guess my question, if we can go back to the middle school data, I wonder if, I think the question, if we are this far off and knowing how important the continuity of programming is, we don't need to, you might comment on this but not answer today if you want. Like, are we structured right in COMAR, right? Like, have we spread ourselves too thin in requiring or attempting to require all 5 disciplines? Might we be better off in a place where we're requiring continuity of programming in instrumental or vocal and visual? I just am offering. As a parent, I want for every child in the state to be able to have access to instruments starting in 2nd and 3rd grade and be able to play that instrument, whatever school they go to. That is not the case right now. I want my children, one of them loves to sing. Like, I want them to be able to be in a chorus and be engaged. I would love for them to have dance in high school. I personally am less concerned about that. It is concerning for me that, like, children, it depends on their zip code. Concentrations of poverty is helping that, but it depends on zip code access. And I just wonder, knowing how important, we've just heard how important the continuity of programming is, like, are we setting the right requirements and are we collecting the right data to actually get at that construct? I don't know if you have any thoughts. If you do, happy to hear, or we can kind of talk about it in the future.
Well, I would say I've both heard that sentiment echoed in my conversations across the state, that the COMAR is sort of aspirational for the arts and is very difficult to reach fully, particularly depending on where you are geographically. I would also, though, share that there are maybe more voices that I've heard echoed in arts leadership across the state that express concern about reducing the COMAR requirements because of the tendency to feel that they don't need to meet them. So I think there's a struggle, as I see it, in balancing an aspirational arts COMAR with a really one that people can consistently meet and that we, I hope, could put funding towards realistically.
Okay, very good. Any other questions or comments? All right. With that, thank you very much for your presentation today and your coordination, Ms. Devereaux, of everything today in the meeting. Thank you very much. All right. With that, we are going to move to our legislative update. We'll turn it to Dr. Wright, who I believe will we've got Dr. Aline. Well, we can go ahead. Dr. Wright can introduce staff, and Mr. Hands is going to make some contributions as well.
Yes, absolutely. So at the table, you have Dr. Akila Aline and Maddie, who have both done a very good job this year. We are wanting to make sure that you're at least as updated as we can possibly make it. This is still kind of a moving target. For those of you that know or don't know, each Monday, a large team of about 15 staff meet to review all of the bills and take a recommendation and make a recommendation to the board. And then that Monday evening, we meet with a subcommittee, the legislative subcommittee that is chaired by Ms. McCusker, and then go over these bills yet one more time with what our recommendations are, and to see if that's what the board wants to do or not do in terms of either supporting the bill, supporting it with amendments, opposing it, or submitting a letter of information. And so that's the process that we have been using every single month, or every single week, actually, since the legislative session opened. So it's an ongoing process, and one that we value, and one that we hope brings you the kind of information that you need to make good decisions. So I'll turn it over to you two.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. So I'll get us started. I'm going to be reviewing 3 bills for you guys. Oh, sorry, Josh.
Do we have a presentation?
No, we're just going
Okay.
to read out.
Okay, very good. You can continue. Sorry about that.
No worries. So I'm going to get us started with just 3 bills. The first bill that I'm going to talk about was completely scrapped. It ties into the second bill, and then the third bill is unrelated. But just to get us started, I'm going to talk about SB 770. This is the Public Schools and Youth Services Crisis Support and Assistance Workgroup Study Bill. Essentially what this bill does is it has 2 parts. The first part of it requires LEAs to establish some sort of crisis response team to deal specifically with youth crises in the schools, in where there's a case where a teacher is removed from a classroom due to having direct contact with a minor and being alleged of criminal activity. So what this bill does is it requires each of the local education agencies to establish not just a crisis response team, but specific protocols around how to handle these situations. We're working with the bill sponsor, which is Senator Guile, on this bill. We've been having conversations about perhaps what do we do in a situation where the crime is just alleged and they're not necessarily convicted of it, and just working through what the nuances are there. But we're getting to a good place. The first part of the bill, like I mentioned, directly impacts the LEAs. The second part of it impacts MSDE, which it requires the agency to establish a work group to study 2 things. The first being definitions around boundary violating behavior, and the second being a definition on youth serving organizations. So essentially, the bill sponsor wants MSDE to establish a precise, sufficient, and specific, unambiguous definition of these, of these 2 concepts. And of course, that would be very difficult to do given the fact that there are a number of different ways that somebody subjectively might consider certain behaviors. So for that reason, we are working with the legislator to work through feasibility around this. Is this possible with a work group? Or is it the case that we would suggest an alternative, like a report in which we have experts here at the agency who currently are working on licensure requirements, COMAR regulations, to make sure that we're properly screening educators, teachers, and such, that we wouldn't be in a situation where we would need to address these instances. So we are supporting with amendments on this bill. We have a number of amendments that we're looking for, particularly around the work group. We'd like to see that turned into a report. The reason being, again, we want to make sure that we're addressing the real root of the issue here. We don't want to have a work group just for the sake of having a work group. We really want to make sure we're giving information and we have the right number of experts to do that. So that is the update on SB 770. We had some staff members who met with the senator today, and these amendments are in progress, so we'll keep you all updated on that. The second bill that I want to talk about is SB 845. We brought this bill to the board last month, and the bill was previously referred to as the NASTEC bill. There's since been a few minor changes to the bill in that it's no longer specifically naming NASTEC as the clearinghouse that the state agency would use to screen those who are coming in to apply to work for a school. This is a friendly amendment to us. We're okay with that, especially because we're looking forward to the future in the event that, God forbid, something were to happen with NASTEC as an agency. We would want to make sure that there's flexibility in statute so that we could still have a clearinghouse and it doesn't cause a major disruption in the existing system. So what this bill does is it just strikes the language that specifically calls out NASTEC as the agency that we would have to work with, and it just leaves it open to, say, a national membership organization that would do essentially the same thing. Just so you all know, currently NASTEC is the best option as far as a clearinghouse and an agency to use. So again, the language that we are accepting as a friendly amendment is for future cases in the event that we would need to switch and use a different agency or clearinghouse. But we are definitely leaning towards using NASTEC because they are absolutely qualified currently to do what we'd like them to do with the clearinghouse. The only other thing that this bill does that changed from last month to this month is it requires MSDE to register all of the local education agencies. And what that means is currently us as an agency, we have our own membership, but this bill is asking for the LEAs to have their own associate membership. That would allow them to do basically the same things that we do here as an agency. They'd be able to go into the system, pull file reports. They can have an automatic setup where they would get, let's say a report with all of the flags every night at midnight. So in the event that something changes, there's a flag on someone's licensure, the LEAs can have an auto report sent to them where they would see it the next morning and they could respond immediately. We think that this is really important to support the bill, which we are doing. And the other piece that we are working with council on is just making sure that we are requiring that anyone who's applying for a position in a school is applying for licensure. That way they automatically populate into the clearinghouse. If they're not applying for a license, they would get missed. And so we believe that that small fix would solve the issues that we're seeing. So again, we support this bill, continue to support it, and we're looking forward to seeing that one cross the finish line. The last bill that I'm going to review with you all is SB 252, which is cross-filed with HB 150. This is our departmental bill. We brought this bill to the General Assembly. This is our certificated staff ratio requirement bill. What the bill originally did was it repealed specific language in the bill that would it talked about ratio, so one child care provider to every 20 children. Based on the feedback that we were receiving from our child care providers, we wanted to make sure that there was flexibility for them to be able to still have their licenses, be able to provide, and have more students and children in their care. So instead of going back and forth on what the ratio should be based on what other states are doing, we came to an agreement with the legislature that would require MSDE to set the ratio requirement. So what this does is it changes the statutory language. It removes specific ratio of 1 to 20 or 1 to 30, which is what we were thinking initially. And it basically just says that MSDE is required to set this ratio. There's a little bit of variation right now in the two cross files of the bill. So HB 150 has a different language because we came to this agreement when it was coming out of voting session on the House side, whereas SB 252 has the original language that we proposed in our departmental. So the good news is there's no major issue with that. Both bills are saying the same thing, just doing it differently. So when it comes time for this bill to pass through the chambers, we are going to make sure that there's consistency on both sides and we'll have that language reconciled. I am going to kick it over to Zach. Mm-hmm.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Aileen. And just a quick clarification. We're just reviewing a number of bills that had a significant number of amendments during crossover last week and not asking the board to take a vote on any of the bills today. I'm going to cover two bills very briefly. House Bill 477, this was family child care homes and child care centers ratio alterations. This would have lowered the ratios for adult to child in family child care and child care centers. We worked with the sponsors to removed that language from the bill. It is now a regulatory analysis that MSDE will conduct of existing COMAR. So that is House Bill 477. It has been significantly amended. This body originally opposed the bill. I think relatively at no position now, given the changes in the legislation. Senate Bill 130, this is the Student Personal Electronic Device Use Policy, so related to cell phones. There's several cell phone bills this session. We were able to work with committee leaders on this particular bill that did pass the Senate last week to align the language with the work already being done by the State Board and MSDE's task force on cell phone use in schools. So basically, it requires us to develop guidance with stakeholders and revisit that occasionally, every 2 years or so. It does also include a component that would require LEAs to establish a policy, but leaves the flexibility open to LEAs on what the particulars of that policy would be. A similar bill has passed in the House as well, and I imagine there'll be some kind of reconciling in the next 10 to 12 days. But we were able to provide some input on this and align it with our current work. So happy to answer any questions on those, or turn it over to Maddie.
I can round us out before questions. Thank you. Hello, everybody. So the first bill I'm going to discuss is House Bill 1325. This is the Substitute Child Care Provider Pool Pilot Program. This bill would have MSD creating a pilot program for substitute child care providers. The amendments in this bill basically amend the program to be significantly smaller in scope and budget. Originally, this bill would have been appropriated about $350,000 to create 3 different pilot programs in an urban, rural, and suburban areas of the state. Now it would be a pilot program in one region with only a $50,000 annual appropriation. We're going to submit a letter of information on this because this bill does not mention things like the Criminal Justice Information Services Agency, which would be impacted by this bill, and it would require a COMAR change. So that is our plan for 1325. And then the last bill we're going to discuss today is House Bill 1475, which is the Office of Child Care Advisory Council publicly funded pre-kindergarten analysis report. So this would have OCAC, that advisory council, conducting analysis on the mixed delivery model and how we fund public pre-kindergarten in the state. The amendments for this basically just added a couple of lines of what would be in that report. So originally this bill did not touch on the facilities challenges that our child care providers might have, but now the report would do that. We're also planning to submit a letter of information on this because we think there might be some confusion about what the purpose of OCAC is. OCAC is a voluntary body, not a fully staffed professional body, and asking that body to do a full-time thorough analysis could be quite constraining, so that's our plan for that. And yes, thank you all so much. Do you all have any questions?
Questions from the board? Okay. Dr. Mealy McCarthy.
So, Dr. Eileen, you had, and I don't remember the acronym, but when you talked about the organization that flags, that gives you access to licensed teachers.
Yes, NASDAQ.
And then you talked about giving associate membership to LEAs. Would non-public special education facilities be included in that? Because we still have to follow those regs?
Yep, that's a great question that Kelly and I had a small conversation on. Do you want to chime in?
Yeah, the non-publics are not mentioned in the statute.
Should we be?
But you certainly can be, and we can get you set up if you want associate membership.
I mean, if it gives us access to vital information, I think it's a tool that we need. Just a thought.
Yeah. So just for clarity, Kelly, you're saying that's something that Dr. Mealy McCarthy could speak with you directly about? Okay.
Great. Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, we are going to transition now to afternoon public comment. We have 4 individuals signed up for our inaugural afternoon public comment. Very excited. We reviewed process this morning, but do want to just highlight that that we limit afternoon public comment to 5, or typically 5 public commenters. To date, we have 1 individual signed up for in-person and 3 for virtual participation. We'll start with our in-person participant first, Mackenzie Allen on charter school funding. Welcome. You just hit the button. Great. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mackenzie Allen, and I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland Alliance of Public Charter Schools. We currently serve 54 public charter schools across the state in 9 districts, which is over 24,000 students. 4 new schools hope to open next fall, but funding challenges, operational barriers, and inconsistent policies across districts threaten the future of charter schools in our state. At MAPS, we currently administer the Federal Charter Schools Program Grant for the state of Maryland, which is called the CSP. We initially applied thinking it is a challenge to get a charter school approved in the state of Maryland, so we said we would award 20 grants over 5 years. We have seen quite a surge in the interest of public charter schools in just the 2 years we've been administering this grant. The first year, we only had 1 grant to give out. We had 4 applications. We pushed it to 2 grants, so we gave 2 grants in our first year. We just closed our cycle for year 2. We only have 2 grants to give out this year, and we had 8 applicants. And when people apply that, they're applying for a charter school that's already been approved by their district or is in process to be approved by their district, they can only receive funding from us when their charter school is approved. So families want more high quality charter school options, yet inconsistencies in facilities, funding, compliance, renewal, and application processes have created roadblocks. Without clear policies and guidance, existing schools struggle and new schools face significant delays in opening. We appreciate the ongoing charter work group and regulatory process, but I still feel I need to share that policies vary widely across districts, which lead to funding gaps, unclear oversight, and unnecessary delays. Charter schools need more predictable, equitable, and timely funding, streamlined renewal and application processes, and clearer oversight guidelines that help districts and charter schools collaborate more effectively. Stronger, more consistent guidance from MSDE could help districts navigate their responsibilities while ensuring charter schools can focus on serving their kids. To support Maryland's public charter schools, we respectfully ask this board to consider action towards helping our collective district and charter school community enforce equitable funding and accountability so charter schools can receive the resources they need to serve kids and families, strengthen state oversight, and issue clear, consistent guidance for districts supporting charter schools. The appeal process, while a pathway that is utilized, is expensive and time-consuming for all parties involved, charter and district. It would be ideal to have a checks and balance type system in place to decrease the need and frequency of its use. With clear policies and stronger collaboration, we can ensure Maryland charter schools continue providing high-quality education. We look forward to working with the board, charters, districts, and MSDE in solutions that support charter schools and families that they serve. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. We appreciate your comments today. All right, we have 3 individuals signed up for virtual participation. It looks like we have 2. What's that? We're a little early, so we'll get started with who we have. I'm trying to. All right. We have somebody on their iPhone, and then it looks like is it Courtney or is that Corinne? Can't hear you.
Corrine Happel.
Hi, Corrine Happel, here to speak on engaging accelerated learners in grades 3 through 5. We'll go ahead and get started with you. Your 3 minutes begins now. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Corrine Happel. I'm a board-certified pediatrician and mother of 5 children, 4 of whom are old enough and attend public elementary school in Maryland. I'm here today to advocate for appropriately accelerated curriculums for elementary school students that are ready for the challenge, particularly for those in grades 3 through 5. Disengagement has become a problem for accelerated learners in public elementary schools across the state. Disengagement can lead to classroom disruption and is a disservice to all elementary school students. As a pediatrician, I believe all children are gifted. Changing the label of gifted and talented education to accelerated learning or some other more appropriate label could improve public discourse on a topic that has become unnecessarily polarized over the last couple of decades. As local systems have been struggling to fund the positive but expensive changes demanded by Blueprint, schools are stripping away non-mandated programs. Many program cuts involve elementary school students. Last year, our community rally defined funding to preserve current elementary GT teachers and orchestra teachers. These items are again being discussed as possible areas to cut in our school district this year. Unfortunately, many elementary students who are accelerated learners are already becoming disengaged during the school day. Program cuts will make this worse. While opportunities abound for accelerated learners at the middle and high school levels, students in upper elementary school do not have access to similarly advanced opportunities for most of their school day. For example, while our public school offers GT math in 4th and 5th grades, the majority of elementary school class time, including all of English language arts, is spent mixed with a broad range of learners, some who are struggling to meet grade level standards and others that are ready to master material typically taught years later. As teachers look to teach a common middle, accelerated learners tune out and disengage. These children who love learning describe hating going to school. These children feel like their time is being wasted and lose respect for valued educators who are teaching peers at a different level than what they need. These children are not being bullied. These children have friends. These children simply have already mastered the general curriculum months or years earlier and are ready for a challenge. Providing inadequate acceleration for students who need to be challenged leads to wasted teacher and staff time and is a disservice to the entire learning community. Last year, our eldest son's 4th grade teacher noted how disengaged our son had become. He was not disrespectful or rude, but her work to figure out that he was bored was effort that could have been directed toward the entire class. As I have talked with other parents, other pediatricians, and other community members, I hear about children becoming disruptive during bouts of disengagement. Children who are not engaged in classroom activities either withdraw like my son did, or they act out. This negatively affects learning for all students. Please protect the needs of accelerated learners and particularly secure funding so that accelerated learning opportunities are not cut at the elementary school level to pay for Blueprint requirements. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next, we have Ms. Courtney Kraus on charter school funding. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am Courtney Kraus, a parent member of the Frederick Classical Charter School community in Frederick County, and a member of the school's Board of Trustees. I'd like to address several critical issues that affect charter schools and the students and families we serve. First, funding equity and stability is a major concern for many charter schools. Our school has experienced significant funding shortfalls, and these miscalculations have had a direct impact on our ability to ensure resources are available for our students. This past year, we've experienced a $400,000 deficit in our budget due to less funding being allocated from the PPA. If this funding level remains the same, all of our county's charter schools would likely shut their doors in 5 years. Additionally, our school is currently constrained by its facilities. We've operated in an office park for the last 13 years. Our staff has said that the school desperately needs a new facility, especially green space and a building better suited for a school. The uncertainty in funding, especially as we have navigated the impact of the Maryland Blueprint, has impeded our ability to provide a facility that not only will meet current demands, but to also be able to offer more seats to students in Frederick County. Our wait list has been near 1,000 students, and each year we can only admit a fraction of those, mostly at the kindergarten level. It is essential that funding decisions are accurate and timely to avoid disruptions in the services that our students and families rely on. Second, preserving the appeal process is crucial for charter schools. It is vital that charter schools have the right to challenge unfair funding or policy decisions. Without this right, our school could face detrimental outcomes with no recourse. Limiting this process would leave charter schools vulnerable to decisions that don't reflect our students' best interest, weakening our ability to serve them effectively and to offer an alternative yet highly effective educational model to students in Frederick County. On the topic of charter autonomy and innovation, the flexibility that charter schools have has been a key factor in our ability to innovate and create unique learning opportunities for students. However, there are barriers and regulations in place that limit our full potential to serve students in the best way possible. Additionally, protecting students and communities must be a priority. Reducing funding or having restrictive policies would have a devastating impact on the families and students who rely on our school. Many of our students depend on the support we provide, including smaller class sizes, an alternative educational model, diverse and inclusive school community, enrichment programs, and community building initiatives. Cutting these resources or imposing restrictions would deprive them of these vital educational services. Finally, there's an urgent need for immediate action. And while there are ongoing efforts to address these challenges through regulation and work groups, charter schools need support now. School districts often lack the expertise or in some cases the willingness to equitably support us. The state must step in to provide stronger guidance and oversight to ensure that charter schools receive fair treatment so that we can continue to serve our students and communities effectively.
Thank you for your comments.
Consideration.
All right. Next, we have Angie Vigliotti, Special Education and Executive Orders. Welcome.
Thank you. In case any of you don't know what executive order is coming down from the federal government, it is to illegally dismantle the Department of Education. And yes, this will be carried out. And I'm not talking about Trumpers either. I'm talking about complacent Democrats. What does that mean for schools in Maryland, you might ask? That means three things. Title I schools will lose funding. All of those kids will be moved into rich area schools, creating overcrowding, and you will have to start the budget cuts on sports and arts programs, or you'll end up taking from the poor and cutting teachers' salaries and their benefits. Number two, special education gets cut. You have not fully funded special education in Frederick County since I've been speaking at these meetings for years, after I found out my kid was being abused. I'll be here at the meetings from now on to give you some accounts. And number three, forget any of your kids getting student loans for college. Only the rich and cis white will be eligible, so start saving your pennies now. Eventually, you'll have no economy left because you will not have any educated students working jobs in this state. On top of that, as Maryland is a blue state, you'll have the brunt of funding other states around us because of their shortfalls. Being complacent and crying for Governor Moore that he won't give us any money, do any of you actually think our elected people care about LGBTQ kids, Black and brown kids, ELL kids, neurodiverse kids, just because you form another focus group? None of these kids will be getting FAPE. History will be erased. Oh, slavery, what was that? And eventually, it will affect every county in Maryland. School vouchers to protect the rich? Unless you're acting like a Bernie Sanders or AOC and marching your behinds up to Annapolis, you're nothing to our kids, and I'm ashamed of you. Now I'm going to read one of the many anonymous reports during Senator Huff's term that describes the treatment of a student in special education here in Frederick County. A parent contacted Huff's office to share that her son, who is autistic and was in the Pyramid program, was restrained 33 times, including 6 times in one day for 4 to 5 minutes at a time. She was not aware of how many times her son was restrained at Spring Ridge Elementary School until she was contacted by Ballinger Creek Middle. She said the school did not notify her of every incident and claimed they used the Remind app, but she never received a notification. She never heard from the principal, even after she complained to the teachers and aides about her son's treatment. She says they took their anger out on her son, and her son had to get therapy as a result of being restrained and put in the seclusion room several times. There was even an incident when an aide harmed her son, and the district simply allowed the aide to resign.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate you joining us today. Thank you very much. With that, our afternoon public comment has concluded. We thank the public for joining our meeting, bringing important perspectives both this morning and this afternoon. We appreciate the opportunity to hear from you. At this time, we are going to move to our State Board business agenda items. First, we'll do committee reports, updates, and any comments from members. We'll start with Mr. Crawford for Transformation and Finance.
Thank you very much. Our next meeting is going to be on April 15th. And we're going to be talking a little bit about finance. We have some topics we're bringing up, but what I also want to give the public an opportunity to understand is that we're going to be starting discussions about the FY27 budget. Many of those conversations, unfortunately, will have to be in executive session. These are the administration here in Maryland. These are privileged conversations. This will be part of the governor's budget, so we're not allowed to talk about that in public. So we'll be having some executive session conversations. We'll first start with collecting priorities from the board. Then we will also, we're looking into a way to get to give the public an opportunity to share their thoughts about priorities. And we will then have conversations with the superintendent and the department in terms of making sure that the things that are most important in terms of delivering quality education to our children are considered and potentially included in the governor's next budget for next cycle. So our meeting is April 15th at 4 p.m., so you have plenty of time to get your taxes filed in the morning, and then you can join us at 4 o'clock. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Ed Policy, Ms. McCusker?
Thank you. The next meeting of Ed Policy will be on Wednesday, the 16th, which is a change from our usual cadence of Thursday meetings. So that'll be at 4 o'clock on the 16th.
Great. Thank you very much. Let's see. Do we have anything, Ms. Chang, from governance? Okay. All right. Any other updates from board members? Okay. All right. Are there any future agenda items that folks would like to raise at this time? All right. Mr. Schoen, can you read the opinions for today, please?
You betcha. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, board members. There are 3 board opinions to announce this afternoon, and all 3 of them, the state board affirmed the local board decision. The first one is Brian Curtis versus Caroline County Board of Education. This involved an ineffective evaluation. Timothy Davis versus Prince George's County Board of Education. This was a termination of a non-certificated employee. And Lynn Masterson versus Howard County Board of Education. This was the reassignment of a school counselor. And as I said, the state board affirmed all 3. There was 1 draft order for review. This is Barry Leibowitz versus Montgomery County Board of Education. The president of the board dismissed the appeal because the board lacked jurisdiction over the matter, and that's order 25-05. That's all I have for you today.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Schoen. With that, our business agenda has come to a close. Is there a motion to adjourn? Ms. McCusker, is there a second? Mr. Clash, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Any opposed? Meeting adjourned.